You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
More reserve. The stage is set for the Eastland Division 1 Senior Grand Final. Mitcham versus Park Orchards. The Tigers, the former powerhouse of their East, seek flag number 18 and a return to the top flight of the Eastern Football Netball League for the first time since season 2006. They meet Park Orchards today, the best side of 2024 in Division 1, home and away record of 17-1. They're searching for just their second senior flag and a quick return to Premier Division. All will be decided in the next 4 hours. I'm Ryan Long, media manager with the EFNL, joined today by Josh Ward, Matt Spiderlee and Wayne Brasher. Josh, I'll start with you. We couldn't have asked for any better weather conditions this morning. It's been a great morning with the beautiful skies today, but it's either way, it's grand final footing. We love it.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't consider it was that. It was more 4 seasons in one morning, which is what you absolutely get, which is no surprise given it is Melbourne. But it is great being out here at Tormore Reserve, being out here in the van. Really looking forward to this massive Division 1 decider, and for both sides, there's plenty on the line in this game.
Oh, there certainly is, and it doesn't matter what sort of conditions there are. Finals footy is finals football, and particularly with grand finals. Matt Spiderlee is no stranger to grand finals. You've obviously been here for a lot over the years, and at this ground too at Tormore Reserve, so I know you're excited for another chapter in the league's history.
Afternoon, everyone. Great to be here. Yes, it's one of those interesting days. Started amazingly well with the rain, and must say, just thanks to Brash for dropping by and transporting. We got our way through down Burwood Highway, didn't we, with that rain? Wasn't that unbelievable?
Mate, it took me half an hour to get out of your driveway. Let's not make any bones about it. Exactly. It was like driving through the jungle.
It was. It wasn't the easiest sort of 3.2 you've ever done. But interesting start to the day, but all good. No, looking forward to the game ahead, and it just has so many interesting factors that we're going to, across the day that are going to come across us. So I think from that point of view, it's going to be an arm wrestle. Both clubs are determined to put their best foot forward, and by the end of the day, I think we're going to really have a close grand final. It feels like it's going to be one of those afternoons. It's not going to be decided until really late.
It's certainly right, and Wayne Brasher, I probably can't sum it up, set up the game as well as you can, as you did last week, but I'm sure you're very excited for this because it is a very interesting storyline between the two sides, and a lot on the line to return, not only just to win the flag, but to return to Premier Division. For Park Orchards, it's only one season that they've come into Division 1, already made a statement. Mitcham, it's been a long time, 2006. So for one of them, it's back up to Premier next year.
Yeah, and I think that is the storyline of this grand final. One side, right, who has come down from Premier and rightfully so have gone through this season playing like they want to get back in, but then on the other hand, we have a side, right, that's been working their way back through the divisions and building the club organically. And last year they took a big step into making sure that the club was set on firmer ground for this season, and they've now consolidated it to a point where it's been an achievement in itself to get back into the grand final, and they're in an undeniable position this afternoon because the way the ground has played out, basically they are facing similar conditions in the surface that they played on last year, which was right down their alley, right? And I will say you were very sarcastic about our weather too.
Yeah, well, and obviously we haven't got the camera on the screen on the screen at the moment. But if you tune into the reserves game, you can probably get a bit of an idea of it. It does look like the rain has probably had its impact now. I don't think we're going to have too much more in the afternoon. But we said this multiple times off air, Josh, just standing around here, and then it's come with another big shower. But the ground is obviously quite affected from it. There's nothing you can do about that. That is weather, and that's Melbourne. So,
in racing parlance, Spider, I reckon it'll be a soft 10.
Yeah, we've been a soft 10. Well, I've been to Warrnambool over the years, and I reckon we've seen about it. I reckon we've even had heavy 30s, and they've still raced. So looking forward to what's going to happen this afternoon. And the thing is, it's there for both teams, so they're going to have to deal with it. And I think that's the thing. Whoever deals with it the best is going to come out trumps, and that's the reality of it. Whoever handles the conditions and plays to the conditions today will give themselves the best opportunity to win the game.
Yeah, certainly right. And there's a lot to talk about with this matchup, as well as the two other games that are happening around the grounds today. Let's start with a bit more onto this game before we move on to the prelim out at Bayswater Oval today, as well as a quick look at tomorrow's game, but we'll touch on that a bit later. This game, you look at the two sides, it probably has been the best two teams this year, and obviously Mitcham ended up finishing third, and South Belgrave had the right to host that. I mean, you played at Tullamore either way, but they finished second and had the home rooms out here at Tullamore. But Mitcham had their number quite quickly in that game in the first qualifying final. Park Orchards won 17 out of 18 games in the home and away season, and their only loss came to Mitcham, which, Josh, was a game we were at Walker Park, where similar sort of conditions, different ground, completely different ground, but the rain came early. Mitcham piled on the goals, and it worked in their favour.
Yeah, and that game, I wasn't out there, but just looking back at that game as well, they were super slick, super clean in those conditions, were Mitcham, particularly around the stoppage, and that's something that's going to hold them in really good stead today. Park Orchards have won in wet conditions, mind you, against I think they won in wet conditions against South Belgrave in the middle of the season as well, which isn't easy to go out to South Belgrave and win in the wet, but I think that might give them a bit of confidence as well.
But it's not their preference, really. I mean, they're more of a fast ball-moving team with their transition. The way that they're set up across the ground, they defend strongly. They've been kicking big scores throughout the year, so that's probably been their strength, whereas Mitcham tend to be able to temper their game. They can play different methods and systems. They have that fast play, but they can also play the slow game as well and play the stoppage and clearance game. So they're the sort of teams that can adapt, and I think that's why we probably all feel that the game is in Mitcham's side in terms of the conditions. So it's up to Park Orchards to see whether they can adapt.
I think one of the best things that I've noticed about Mitcham is I love the way throughout the year that they are able to play at a tempo, right? And then when they need to seize the moment where they sort of feel like that the opposition are just a little bit off, it's almost like they pounce.
Yeah.
Right? And it's almost like once you let them in, they don't let you out. And that was exactly, I was in that game at Mitcham in these very similar type conditions early. They didn't give Park Orchards were never a chance after that in that game. Mitcham had already set the tone for the afternoon, and I thought Park Orchards just weren't reactive. They were far too reactive and not proactive in trying to get back into that contest. And I sort of feel today that once again it'll be a close game. But the one thing I love about Mitcham is they know how to grind you.
Well, they're a tackling pressure team. I mean, in a couple of the games that I've seen them with vision, they just at you all the time. They're closing down the space. They're very good at putting that pressure on. They force turnover, and then they surge. They play that old Richmond-style game so well, and it's like they've crafted their game to a model that they really know each other's game, and when they do surge, they all run forward and they set each other up and they play together, and I think that's been their big thing. And when they have been able to kick some scores, on the counter attack, they've really made every post to win it. So I think for them that's why it's in their hands, and Park Orchards are really going to have to play well today.
I think too, and I've had a look at the two. I've had a look at the sides for the four sides that are representing their clubs on the weekend, and these two today. And I look at Mitcham's side. I reckon this is their best side because they brought Barton Smith back in, experience. They got Jesse Smythe back in as well. And, look,
Guy Lachlan comes
Guy
back.
Lachlan.
Jack
And
Scalo.
the thing is, when you got two guys, Cherry and Uren, off that half back line, if they go unchecked this afternoon, they're going to run havoc through that Park Orchards midfield, because they just know the positions to run to, and then and they're both very good at directing the forward traffic where they get their forwards to go and lead to, so they can put the ball in the position that they want them to go to.
Well, they're two of the most dangerous players on the ground, by far, for the Tigers. And I think there is this, and we spoke to both Jesse Wren and Josh May on Tuesday, and the videos come out on socials if you want to check that out before the big game. And they talked a lot about this belief, that they had the group. And I know it's a stock standard thing that every club could say this, but I think it is genuine with Mitcham, and I think that is real. And there is a real strong connection between the playing group, and it's been proven on the field. And I think even in the early stages of the season, where we may have been scratching our heads at the early season form spider, they were 1-3, they lose to Bayswater, they get smacked by Montrose, and I think maybe from an outside point of view, you start to go, well, is that, did they get a bit lucky last year, and is this not the same side? But to their credit, they never was ever any doubt in their mind that they'll get back to their form, and it just took a bit more time to get going this season, Spider.
Yeah, I think it took them a little while to work themselves into the season, without question. Look, sure, there was a few players coming in and out of the team in the early part of the season. They probably didn't settle the team down as early and as quick as what they would like. But as the season gradually got going, they started to get a little bit more momentum. Their rhythm in their game started to become a bit more evident, and I think they just started to believe a little bit more that they could once again be a real contender. And I think once they got that continuity amongst the team, that really played a big part in their second part of the year with their performances.
And the group as well, they've played a lot of footy together. They were part of that most of them were part of that 2019 premiership. I mean, I think a lot of them came from Ferntree Gully as well, so they know each other's games, they know each other's strengths, and the guys that have come in, Tom Lovell, he's been around at Mitcham for a couple of years now, Josh May as well. They all know their strengths and weaknesses, Brash.
They certainly do, and I guess that comes from understanding. Good coaches understand what they need on a year-to-year basis to build a squad that needs to improve year upon year. And Neil Winton, once again, has proven the master stroke here, because I can see of at least half a dozen players in this Mitcham lineup last year that weren't in this, that didn't play in last year's grand final. So the club once again has evolved, and there's been a group of 6 or 7 players that have been able, through form throughout the season, to be able to force their way into this grand final side, and I think that speaks volumes about the depth of the club.
Yeah, it does, and depth is really important, and I think selection integrity, but also having. I think it's so important, you can't just turn up with the same team year after year.
No.
You have to add to it, because you need to get better, because the competition gets better, and the standards need to get better, and the expectation gets better. And there was expectation on Mitcham this year, and they have delivered mostly in the second part of the season. So for them to build on that depth, continue that belief, I think that's a really important part going into this game. And I think Neil has done a terrific job in being able to get the most out of the players going into the back half of the year, because, yes, they were slow to start, but now they've set themselves up for a real crack at the title.
However, on the flip side, let's sort of turn our attention a little bit to Park Orchards, right? Yeah. What was, I guess, my expectation of Park Orchards after coming down last year was, I thought that they would be competitive, but I didn't really understand the strength of their squad, right, going into Div 1, right?
I think you're absolutely right, and I think probably the misconception that we had is that it's a very young lineup.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at the average age, I think Prosnak's probably the oldest, and he's only a touch older than me. I think he's 26, maybe 27. I'm not 100% sure. So it's a pretty young list, and that's well set up for the future, because they do have a strong junior program, not in our league, but they've got those players coming through. The 19s today playing off in a grand final. Yes, they didn't come up with the win, but they've got the building blocks of a side that I think if they get another chance of going back to Premier Division, they can stay there this year and this time. And they were stiff last time, obviously, with the double relegation. And I know we've got more to say, Brash, but we are joined by Neil Winterton, the senior coach of the Mitcham Football Club. Neil, it's great to have you back for another grand final, back-to-back grand finals for you, and potentially a chance to get promoted into the top flight of the EFNL.
Yeah, it's exciting. Melbourne have turned on a beautiful summer's day for us, and we're looking forward to getting
Sense
out.
of deja vu from last year, mate.
It is, yeah. Well, actually, it was really wet last Friday, last year on the Friday, and I saw a few photos of the ground last year, and it actually turned out all right. But no, today it's good day for footy.
Is that something the group embraces? We've been there a couple of times this year. It's been wet weather, and you've got on top very quickly and dominated the contest. Is this something that it doesn't really matter what the conditions are, and a ground that you've now won 5 finals in a row at, you must just enjoy it either way?
Yeah, look, I think our game sort of stacks up regardless of conditions. Theirs does as well, and I know their ground got pretty wet late in the season, so they're familiar with these conditions as well. So, yeah, it becomes a bit of a slog, but, that's what grand finals are about. Who wants it?
Neil, we asked the question when we came down to Mitcham to Jesse Uren and Josh May, just how have you been able to continue that sustained success for so long and just continue to win finals? Because it is remarkable the finals record you guys have put together since 2019.
Yeah, look, the group's just motivated by finals, to be honest. Like, we started there a little bit slowly, and I had to sort of remind the boys that we need to win games to play finals first, and this is what they live for. They live for finals, and it is hard. Like, it's hard to keep the group up for year after year after year. But I'm really fortunate that I've got a group that live for these days.
Has the potential of promotion back up into Premier Division also driven the group as well to get back to this day? Yeah,
no doubt. I mean, it was obviously a little bit disappointing last year after we won it that there was no promotion due to the EFL restructure, but it gave us an opportunity to have another crack at it, and we're here today, and we're looking forward to that opportunity.
Neil, good luck this afternoon. Really looking forward to watching you go about your work. From a coaching perspective, let's drill down on what are the 3 major key points of you're going to take into the team meeting once you leave us and reinforce before the contest.
Well, Park Orchards like to move the ball really quickly. They particularly off half-back, that they springboard off that. So we need to try and negate that as much as possible, which is easier said than done a lot of the times. But and probably just adapting to the conditions. It's not one of those days where you're going to be able to play beautiful footy and link up by hand and lace guys out. It's just about getting territory, owning ground position and going to work from there. Yeah,
it's really important, isn't it? Because you take out all the other fundamental elements of the game. Like, obviously, these are conditions that you have probably come across at some points during the year. So it's just the reinforcement of connection with each other to say, well, you've got to bring every aspect of the game to the table today, because everything's going to be on the line at all periods of time. And more importantly, it's going to be your tackling pressure as well, because the ball's going to be in dispute. It's going to be a hot ball, particularly in the first 10-15 minutes of the game. And there's going to be a lot of defence surrounding the game as well. Yeah, for sure. As you said, the first 10-15 minutes of the grand final is always pretty hot. So you've got to be able to adapt to that and not try to do too much. In terms of the conditions, we haven't played a lot of wet games this year. I mean, the surface water on this ground's probably, we haven't really played in these conditions over the last couple of years, to be honest. So it's a little bit of a spanner in the works, I suppose. But yeah, we think we can adapt to it. And when you're coming up against another coach, opposition guy, particularly someone like Paris, it's one of those things, because he's been around the competition for such a long period of time. It's like it's a bit like going up against you're one of the younger guys going around. But thanks for calling me young. I call you young, but you like young. But I like to say that. But he's been around for a very long time. He's had a lot of coaching experience. So it's a little bit of the cat and mouse game, isn't it? Because you're going to have to play some cards. He's going to try and see what cards you're going to deal. So you're going to be sort of trying to counter each other as the afternoon progresses. Yeah, no doubt. As you said, Paris has been around a long time, tasted a lot of success, got a lot of respect for the way he goes about things. And, obviously the results that Park Orchards have had this year are off the back of what he's brought to the table. So, yeah, it's not going to be easy trying to match wits with him.
Now, I'm going to have a look at, if you compare last year's grand final side to this grand final side, we always talk about, right, you win a grand final, but to get better, you've got to bring some new players. And I've just quickly gone through the list. I reckon you've probably got 4 or 5 new players to this side that you've added from last year. In your mind, is this... I feel that this squad that you've got today is probably the best on paper that you've put on the park for the whole year. Yeah, it is. It's the first time we've actually had
a full complement of players to pick from. So the timing was pretty good, obviously. Yeah, I think I haven't done the exact numbers, but I think it was about 17 from the 22 from last year. So as you said, yeah, we added some guys around. Flynn Maguire came across, Nat Barnes came across, Hamish Gill has jumped up.
Crampton.
Yeah. He was unlucky to miss out last year, but he's had a super year. So yeah, we've added around the perimeter. We've still got the nucleus of the team that won it for us last year, but I think we're a bit better a bit stronger of a side than last year.
That was leading into my next question. Where do you think that this playing group from winning the grand final last year? What have you noticed with this year's group that's a little bit different to last year's group?
Probably a bit more confidence, I suppose. Once you've done it, you get that little bit of inner confidence that you can do it again. Not that most of our boys lack any confidence, but they've because we're able to do it last year. I think that they know whatever situation we're able to get ourselves into, we can get ourselves out of it if we play our brand of footy.
Have you also too? I mean, as a coach, you coach a premiership side and you think, oh well, yeah, my game plan worked well with this sort of group this year. Do you have to go back to the drawing board at the start of each season and think, oh, yeah, I've got this game plan in my back pocket because I know it works, but do you have to add a bit more strings to your bow with another game plan to suit that playing group that's coming through?
Yeah, look, I don't think you don't make wholesale changes. You might, tweak a couple of things here or there and a few structures or here or whatever. But I think you need to be too careful. Like if you've got a game plan that works with your group, not to change it for the sake of changing it. Like you'll change it if you're not getting the results. And we've been lucky enough to get the results the last couple of years. The guys are pretty comfortable with it, and I think having that continuity and everybody's familiar with what's required is certainly a bonus for us. And
one thing about that game plan as well, even when your depth was tested, like obviously we saw you guys when you played Montrose, and that was when the depth was tested. It must be really pleasing that you're able to bring those players in and they're able to adjust to the game style. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we had a pretty torrid run with injuries there during the season. I think when we played Montrose, we might have had 10, 11, 12 guys out or something that day. And yeah, it's a real credit to the guys. Like this year more so than ever, it's been a real squad mentality. We've had a lot of guys who have really stiff to not be here today, and I had to drop 2 guys during the week, which was not great. Jack Coleman and Ant Marrick.
Let's talk about that. I mean, how hard is that? No, but as a coach, that's the role of the coach. So it is always the tough decision. But I think sometimes you get players that say, blow this, all that sort of stuff, and they can walk away. But as a playing group, that's really important things that everyone can get around each other and support when a decision like this is made, because it's actually for the best interests of the team.
It is. Yep. No, for sure.
So how do you continue that message to guys and say, guys, it's all about the team. We've got a premiership to win here this afternoon. So you are, although you're not running out there on the ground with us, you're still with us because you've put all the work in to try and get us there as well. Yeah, look, that was a message I did tell them. That's obviously a really difficult thing for them to hear, that they're going to miss out on a grand final. But to their credit, like both of those guys will warm up with us today, and hopefully we get no injuries in the warm up. But they're there as backup, so that they handled it really, really well. Obviously, really disappointing, but no, they handled it well.
Absolutely, Neil. It's a massive afternoon. We really appreciate your time, not just today, but throughout every season. All the best. It's a big game for you, and hopefully by 5 o'clock, for your sake, it's another Mitcham premiership.
Tiger time.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd love to see a bit of Tiger time at 5 o'clock.
Absolutely. Neil
Thanks,
Mitchelton, the senior coach of the Mitcham Football Club, who has already had such an incredible career as a senior coach, and potentially can add another chapter
over his time.
He's done a magnificent job.
He has.
Very good player in his own right.
Oh, yeah.
He was a wonderful player. Just when he was playing VFL, but then also came back to the EFNL.
He almost felt, Spider, he was a natural fit to be a coach, wasn't it?
Yeah, he absolutely, and he's guided them to 3 premierships, and it's not just his work as well, but Matt McCubb and the work he's done.
Yeah, Mac has done. You're right, and between those two and everyone in the committee, it goes back to 2015 was that drought-breaking flag. It was I think 37 years, maybe, Spider, not quite 37.
No, it wasn't.
Early
actually,
30s?
no. Well, They had the
81.
81. So it was a fair while. And
34
years, and then also they played in a couple like in 85 and 92 and lost.
Rams beat him 92
in both 85 and 92, as Stewie Cook always tells me. Because no, it's all, look, from that perspective, they had some really good teams in that period, and they were playing regular finals, but just at the end, back into the 90s, couldn't sustain it. And then, obviously, in the early 2000s, Andy Collins came to the club, rebuilt the club for a short period of time, and then, unfortunately for them, the wheels fell off. But now they've got their club back in order, and that's a really good thing. And a guy like Matt McCubbin, from an administration point of view, put a lot of time and effort in. There was a lot of work to do, and then he gets good people in from a coaching perspective, like Neil Winterton. Well, you can only say good things about him. There's not too many people at Mitcham Football Club that have coached 3 premierships. You have to go right back to the to the golden era days, and they've been around since 1885. So what a football club? What a football club they've been.
No, and no disrespect to Park Orchards, but Spider and I basically were reminiscing about the clashes of the past between Mitcham and Vermont, Mitcham and East Ringwood, Mitcham and East, and those clubs, and if they do happen to come back up into Premier Division, I think it's going to be a great fillip for Premier Division as a whole.
Yeah, and it'll bring people particularly back to their footy club. Like, you just think about even just walking through, and you see guys like here today from Mitcham. You see guys like the Dowsons who played a lot at Mitcham during the 90s, early 2000s. You see so many guys that have been around their footy club, and then you go back to the older era. I mean, even guys like Craig Brady that coached as the CEO, and he was CEO of the EFNL in the early 2000s. So there's been a lot of history at Mitcham.
And they're well set up to go back up into Premier Division because they've gotten their juniors well and truly rolling. Their 19s made finals, so did the reserves. Yes, they went out in straight sets, but and so will Park Orchards. Their 19s made the grand final today. The reserves made a prelim final as well. So and obviously seniors are playing here.
It's all about juniors. If you have your development program and structures in good order and good place, your demographics, and you're going into the schools and you're providing good family environment culture-wise with that development program in place, then you're making sure that you've got people for a long time to come.
Well, we talk about Mitcham's juniors and the way that they've set the club up. I mean, there's probably no greater advertisement for the rise of the club in the Park Orchards Football Club.
Absolutely.
Have a look where they started from with under 19s, and then all of a sudden they won flags in 19s, came up, won reserves, and their story in itself is a great story as well. A club that basically has built itself from the way up, right? And yes, they played in Premier, and maybe, let's be honest, maybe, Ryan, they weren't just ready or seasoned enough in their first dip at Premier. They're a lot more. I think now that they've had their time there, and they've gone back, and I think they have a better understanding of the competition and the type of players that they need to move the club forward again.
I 100% agree. I think if they do get there, I think they've got the platform set that they'll be able to sustain that level at Premier Division and not be the quick fall back down. But, I mean, you even look at last year, double relegation was what cost them in the end. They still had 3 more wins than
they won
than
5
Doncaster.
or 6 games.
And they were competitive in others.
Correct. Ran Roval to 5 points by they had some really tight games throughout the season. So I think they took a lot of that experience and brought it into this level in Division 1, and that's why they're sitting here on grand final day, because they do have those players who have now played at a higher level, and I think the experience of going up. Yes, they didn't stay there long. I think it was for the better. I think that was the right decision.
Let's have a look. I mean, you have a look at their squad: Jeffs, Whitnish, Prozenak, Hickey, Livingston, Price, Inglis, Keppel, and Blakey. Right, they're core players.
Well, they're their prime movers.
Right there. But the thing is, we're probably not speaking about them in the same vein that we speak about other clubs, but they won 17 games this year.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And the thing is, sometimes we have to be very careful that we undersell the performances, because these players aren't household names?
I think we potentially, and before we, obviously the other big thing we haven't actually mentioned yet, Spider, is, I mean, it's the big talking point of the week. Michael Prosnack is coming back in the side potentially. Has not been listed on Play HQ yet. He's been, or is he now in?
I did
he
notice.
is listed now in.
Listed.
Because yesterday he was listed as an emergency, Spider, and that was the talking point going into this week, whether or not he would play. And we all said that yes, he would. There's no way you wouldn't roll the dice with him if he's not 100% fit. And we talked about the position on Sunday of where he would play, and we would expect him to be still in the midfield and still playing the same role he would if he was fit.
Yeah, when they've been the Ducks and Drakes games, and you just expect that in grand final week. And the clubs do the testing, and they have a real good think about the best way that they can utilise a player of his quality. But I've always been at the belief that if you're going to play the player, you have to play them in their position, in that role that they've been playing, and where they're going to be best utilised. There's no point playing them in a restricted or a modified, watered-down role, because otherwise they're just basically, you put them into a position where they're not really out there in a sense, and like you need your big guns playing in where they do best and where they do their work. So that's the challenge. Look, they might have to modify it in some aspects and give him a little bit more of a rest, from a minute perspective. But I think quality time in his normal position is what is required, because he's their gun player. So that's what we're after here this afternoon.
And he's one of the players with the most experience in this Park Orchards lineup. And their average games played, senior games played, is just over 60 games per player, which is just...
Well, that's not a bad average, Josh.
It's not a bad average.
Yeah. And we always talk about 60 to 80 games when players tend to hit their experience and their core maturity, and I think they're just on that fringe. They're just on that at the moment. So those guys are not too far from playing some of their best footy as senior players. Yep.
Well, Michael Prosnack has certainly played...
Well, he's played his, but the rest of the group from their profile.
And he still is, I reckon.
The thing is, as we discussed last Sunday, just reiterating on the point that we know that Michael Prosnack has had to go through his concussion protocols, right? And we all agreed last Sunday, and which you just mentioned again, Spider, that if he came in and they put him in a forward pocket, right? What value are you going to get out of him when he doesn't play that position?
That's right.
You've got to, if he's going to play, like you said, he has to play in the position that he's played all year. You've got to trust, the club have to trust him, right, that he's going to be able to produce his best in the position that he plays best.
That's right.
Right, and I look at it this way. If he plays his normal position, right, and they don't want him to take him off the ground as a rotation, by all means, plonk him in a forward pocket.
Yeah, he can rest there.
Yeah, rest, and you might be able to snare you a couple of goals, even from a forward pocket.
He was able to do that in that round 7 game against Bayswater, where he just went up forward. Obviously, a couple of goals were from midfield, but he was still able to do that.
I think it's averaging 2 goals a game,
which is not bad.
It's still good.
Yeah, absolutely right, and he is, I think, the most dangerous player in this competition. And
the other thing is too, I mean, I know things, we talk about that everything seems to revolve around Prosnack, but another important play for them today that really will need to hit the scoreboard is Keppel. He's going to have to take the lead if Prosnack is not able to have the influence with his goal kicking.
Yeah, him and Connor Hickey as well.
Yeah.
He's going to need to have a big game up forward, Hickey.
And the thing is, they're coming up probably against probably the best fullback and probably the best centre-half back in the comp this
Well, they're
year.
going to need deep entries today. They're going to need the real deep entries. They can't have shallow entries. Once they get the shallow entries, that just plays into Mitcham's hands. So they've got to get those long entries in, but also use the width of Baronia. This is a big ground, so use it and make sure you can score upon it.
But the thing is, though, Spider, on a day like today, is it important for either side, right, to try and take ownership of the spine per se early on, so that they're not forced to cover extra territory throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, look, I mean, you certainly want to win the territory game, and there's going to be that time where defensively, tactically, you're going to want to try and push teams wide. But you still got to look for other methods and not be too predictable. You've got to play a little bit of unpredictable play as well. But if you can get the ball in nice and long and deep, but then also get to the situation where you can get your numbers across, that also is good for you as well.
Certainly right. We are now going to go to our first ad break here. And currently, before we go, the reserve score, South Belgrave 9-5-59 to Montrose 3 behinds. You can check that out on the live stream for the last couple of minutes. But we'll go to an ad break and we'll be back for the pre-game here, the Division 1 Grand Final between Mitcham and Park Orchards.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Tullamore Reserve, the Division 1 Eastland Grand Final, and you can hear the South Belgrave song in the background because they've just walked away the premiers of the reserves in 2024. 9-5-59 South Belgrave, 4 behinds Montrose, and that is an absolute spanking on Grand Final day.
Put it out there. Misery Montrose in that game.
And according to Blake Tennant, it was the talk of the town, this reserves Grand Final.
I don't think they'll talk about it too much.
They'll be reviewing it.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you bother after that game. But obviously, we've got a big game here to discuss. We've had a pretty good crack at it so far, talking to Neil Winterton, as well as dissecting the two sides. We're going to move away from that game just slightly and talk about the Premier Division preliminary final happening out at Bayswater Oval today between East Ringwood and Roval. And Brash, I'll start with you because the three of us had a bit of a chat about this on the podcast yesterday, and the way that both sides have gone into this game. You look at East Ringwood, the pressure is on them to respond after a surprise loss last week.
Yeah, it was a surprise loss. And the thing was, it wasn't like they got blown off the park either. It could have been a game, but it almost seemed like that Baldwin probably played the perfect game of tempo footy last week. They just seemed to be able to have the game on their terms all afternoon.
Yeah, it took a bit of speed off the game, and that's what they do when they're defending so strongly, give themselves that opportunity to score, and they did with their efficiency at one stage being 8 straight. So East Ringwood had their chances late in the game, but just couldn't quite get over the line. But you could tell that they still have something to offer in this game, and I think if they get the game on their terms today, they'll be really hard to beat, particularly on the inside, because that's where they are very dangerous. And if they get that ball even onto the outside, it'll be a real contest. But as we know, Roval, they're questioned always in the wet, aren't they? Their weather form hasn't been great in previous times.
Spider, I've got Lee Green has something to say in just a second, but on that point, I said on the podcast, it won't be too bad. I didn't think the weather was going to be that bad this morning. Yes, that will have an impact. But we've got Lee Green at the moment, actually.
Yeah, look, I just wanted to have it was a quick shout out to Andy from Four Lanes Coffee. We didn't quite anticipate that we would have a couple of power problems today. I've been running on battery on the van all morning, and not quite enough. So Andy's actually provided us with a generator for a couple of hours. So he hasn't charged me yet. So
thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Andy.
I might owe him a couple of coffees.
They do make some pretty good coffee as well. I have
the
to
line
admit.
is
very good coffee.
The line is back to Dorset Road, I believe.
Always go there whenever we're down here at Tormal Reserve for finals.
Yeah. Look, just quickly before hopefully we get our next guest. I think the game, Roval don't play as well in wet weather conditions. I don't think that their game plan is it's more suited to a dry surface. I think East Ringwood on the overall balance of the season. I think they deserve another crack at the title again today. I don't think. They beat Roval by six goals last time. I don't think that margin will be as great this afternoon. However, I just think that I think they've just got a little bit more brilliance across the lines, East Ringwood. This year, I think their midfield is just going a little bit better than Roval's.
It is, and I think they'll be able to grind the game out in these conditions.
I think the game is tailor-made for Bearlow and Corey Preston this afternoon, where I think these sort of conditions, and you sort of sense that this is the sort of game that Sam Lowson will once again want to try and impact and have a say in East Ringwood's forward to the grand final, Josh.
Well, he kicked 4 of 7 goals for East Ringwood last week, and he will definitely want another big one on a bigger stage and a much tougher contest at that. And then it comes down to the likes of Corey Creston or even some of their midfielders get on the scoreboard as well, Brash.
Admittedly, though, with Roval, I mean, look, losing McDonald in that midfield and young Jai Coleclough who's played that crumbing forward role for Roval exceptionally well. Losing that outside run of McDonald's in that midfield sort of, I feel, hampers Roval a little bit, because Anthony Brolick, basically, he's the sort of he's an accumulator of possessions, right? He just goes to the positions where he knows, Spider, where he can pick up those possessions, and he's the sort of guy that, you look at the stats at the end of the game and you think, well, he's had 29, 30 possessions, but it doesn't look like he's had those possessions.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, he's been hampered by some injury in the second part of the season, hasn't been at his normal self, so that's going to be the challenge as well. They've had some injuries. Look, they've put a good team out there today. Obviously, there's some players that are playing in their reserves as well. So, from a selection integrity point of view, Ben Wiles is certainly not afraid to omit players, Josh, is he, really, when you consider what's been going on? So, they got some challenges, but I just feel that with them, I just don't know if these conditions are really going to... I think Martini holds a really big importance to the game. If he can get the ball on the outside for them and then they can use that little physical force that they like to do as well.
I think the key contest this afternoon is between Wind and Twist and Tweedy.
That's going to be a big
one. That is going to be the contest that will that will determine the game this afternoon. Roval have brought in a young under-19 guy, Will Varell.
Yeah, he's been impressive in the reserves, kicked 6 goals the other week.
And I said to Ray Baird a couple of weeks ago on the telephone, if I'm bringing a young guy like Varell in these sort of conditions, I'm having him following Lockie Wind all afternoon and picking up the crumbs.
Yeah, just be on his bootlaces.
Just being on his bootlace all afternoon. That's all he has to do. Because if he gets 6 possessions and kicks 4 goals, that's 4 valuable goals that Roval probably think they were never going to get.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one.
So I think there is some key matchups in this game. You know, obviously, Bennell, the 2 Bennells in the side is important. You got Fox, you got Kinsella. We haven't talked about these guys for a lot.
Yeah, Weatherall.
Weatherall, but they've all done a job every single week. And the thing is with East Ringwood, I mean, another player, right? Chris Cherney is another one.
Yeah.
Right.
What
An
a
absolute
sword he is.
a talisman of that football club, yet he still goes out there every Saturday afternoon and produces performances that warrant him still playing senior football at East Ringwood. That's a feather in his cap. And that's the thing about East Ringwood that I've liked throughout the season. There is an evenness. There has been an evenness about their side all year, right, where, all right, there might be 6 or 7 players that have had better games than the other 12, but the other 12 have also made contributions, whereas I feel with Roval, it's always been on a certain group of players.
Yeah, it's been a reliance,
on certain players, Brolick, McDonald, Wind, Stapleton and Schoenmakers. They're definitive type players. And they need all those players to be playing well.
Yeah, and they need to be played regularly as well, and they haven't had that continuity as other clubs have during the year. And that's where they have been a bit vulnerable at times, so that's been really proven. So it's going to be a big challenge for Roval today, and I think it'll be a pretty close game. But I just think it'll be grinded out in the end.
I think
East Ringwood about 20 points.
Yeah, I've got East Ringwood by just a couple of goals.
Has the Oracle put his tips in for the?
Well, we might have a look at that in just a second. We'll see if we can get that loaded. But looking at the game, I agree with you, Brash. I don't think there'll be much in it. I really think it would be that 2 to 3 goal margin. I mean, these weather conditions, there's not going to be a blowout either side. I don't think. I think it will remain tight. It's probably that 11 or 12 goals will probably win it for you. As the rain starts to come down again,
it's almost,
as we're speaking.
I reckon it's hailing now, actually.
Well,
it was actually hail, I can confirm.
Yeah, well, it's certainly not the ideal conditions for the day ahead, and it's just one of those days. But that's the two sides have got to get used to today, because it's not going to be easy out there. And I went for a walk on the ground in the morning.
In your gum boots?
I've got my boots on. I never wear the boots to a ground, but I was walking in puddles.
And remarkably, he was still in shorts somehow, or you were still in shorts somehow.
Well, I had to, because I knew I was going to get drenched, and I did. And I had something to change into. I didn't change into anything else. I've got the jumper that's soaked, and I'm just uncomfortable. But I'm just very excited for the actual game ahead.
Yeah, me too.
We haven't got, we've got the best game of the season so far in Division 1 ahead with the grand final. I believe Brash might have the Oracle stats in front of him. Someone's emailed you this week, Brash.
Yeah, they have. At this stage, it looks like they've got the...
Oracle at hotmail.com, I can see.
Yeah. I think they've got the Oracle at about... at 87 for East Ringwood, and for Roval, 75.
Okay,
game.
Pretty much what you said, 2 goals in it.
Yep. In
Mitcham and Park Orchards, the Oracle pick.
Yeah. Mitcham, it's Mitcham 73 we've got, and Park Orchards 81.
All right, well, that'd certainly be interesting if that's the final result today. We were here last year, Brash, in this game, and it was, I think, just the 16 goals kicked between Mitcham and South Belgrave. Mitcham won with a score of 8 goals, 10-58. Are you expecting something like this again? Is that probably around the market that 8 to 10 goals could be enough today?
It could be enough, but the funny thing is, just until that rain shower just hit us, I pushed my expectations up back to a 10-goal to 8 game. Now I've had to revise it back down to an 8-goal to 6 type of contest.
Well, I've gone for Mitcham by 2 points, so I think it's going to be around about maybe 8 goals might win it. Yeah, I think I can't see anything more than that.
I had Mitcham by 4 goals in my official tips. I'll still stick with that.
Yep. I think that's fair.
But then on the other hand, I mean, look, really, in all honesty, the one thing that I'm taking away from this whole final series and all the divisions, that quite honestly, home and away form hasn't really stacked up as well in some cases that I thought of, or I had thought might pan out.
And that's not only for Division 1, but Premier Division. You look at Royal and South Croydon. Obviously, South Croydon did, from all reports, did run out of gas, yes, but they still defeated Royal twice in the season. You know, South Croydon, they went down to Vermont twice, and obviously Division 3, the grand final, Donvale defeated Surrey Park on all occasions, and then Surrey Park come up trumps.
But I think it's just that evenness where teams have made up ground in the last 6 weeks of the season. I really think we had a bit of a gap early, and then as the season crept along and got to the pointy end, some teams really made up significant ground in the season, and I think that's why the competition has now become so close, and that's why some of these results have been really hard to pick.
I think that the one thing that one thing that I did notice though, if you look at I've looked at the scores now in this final series, and I reckon on average in finals, the average scores kicked go down by about 5 goals when it hits to a final series. Sides that win, that might win by 50, 60 points during a home and away, that play that same side in the finals, sometimes they're only beating them by 20, 30 points, Spider.
Yeah.
And like you said, I think that comes into the fact that all of a sudden it comes down to the fact that finals is a different type of beast.
Yep.
Right? It brings pressure on that we can't measure on an individual player or on a collective of players. We don't know what they're thinking, right? They can all go out there with the greatest of intentions and say, yep, we've beaten them twice. But I always reckon once you lull yourself into a false sense of security, that you're lauding it over the side in the current season, thinking that you're going to be able to just do it again. Law of averages says you're not.
Yeah, no, I have to say, suggest that I agree with you there.
Because let's be honest, it's sorry.
We can hear that in the background, obviously.
Yeah.
But
because at the end of the day, it's a 50-50 game, right? And it doesn't matter on any given day, right? You might not have beaten that side at all twice, but the law of averages says that you're going to win one sooner or later.
Yeah, no, and I think that's the thing, isn't it? You just know that these contests, it's going to be so gripping. There's going to be some really significant moments that are going to come, and some real big decisions by players are going to have to be made throughout the course of the game. Risks are going to have to be made.
And also, too, probably what hasn't helped is unseasonable weather.
And the weather.
That we've had to put up in this final series. It's not only the rain, but we've had to put up with horrendous wind conditions.
Yeah.
You know, and in some cases it's probably wrecked the final series a little bit, but once again, at the end of the day, you've got to play the conditions that present themselves on the day.
Unpredictability, it's called.
That's absolutely right. We're going to take one more break here before we bring in the call team, because we're about to get ready to go for the Division 1 Grand Final for 2024. It's Mitcham and Park Orchards. Don't go anywhere.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. while her two young boys wrestled on the floor. Tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome out to Tormore Reserve, and it's Division 1 Grand Final day, and we are very excited. We hope you are too. Thanks to all the guys who brought us the pre-match show. It was a great listen. Great to hear from the Mitcham coach, Neil Winterton. We didn't get a chance to speak to Paris, but hopefully that can happen throughout the afternoon. My name is Ben Warren-Smith, joined by an esteemed panel for this huge clash out here today. The heavens have opened. The hail's just come. You can never pick it in Melbourne. The sun was shining out here this morning, and Paul Yacconi was calling the under-19s, and he said it was a perfect conditions. It's turned a little bit worse for the wear, but it has stopped again now. There's a big bumper crowd in. I was lucky enough to get a Rockstar car park outside, so I was pretty happy about it.
You always
the
get
tin asked one again, Brash. You know how it is, mate.
Yeah, I know.
But look, we're all set for a big clash here. A fantastic win by South Belgrave in the reserves. A monstrous win over Montrose. It was, but the big clash today is all about Mitcham taking on Park Orchards, two of the best sides, no doubt, of season 2024. Park Orchards having a stellar year. Mitcham, the perennial finals specialist, we might call them as well. And joining me today in the commentary panel, the team ensemble riding shotgun today is Jared Beeland in the co-commentators chair. Good afternoon to you, Jared.
Good afternoon, Ben, and to all the listeners out there. Very much looking forward to this game. Two of the best, as you said, in Division 1. It's going to be a fascinating clash, I think. Perhaps the conditions will take away a little bit of what both teams want to do, but that doesn't matter because it's finals. You've got to play to the conditions. You've got to play at your best, and I think that's what we'll see today.
Yeah, it can be a bit of a drainer when the weather doesn't play favour, but, like at the end of the day, football is football. It gets played in all conditions, rain, hail or shine, and the cream will come to the top. As you can hear our very own whispers, not very whispery today, Blake Tennant on the
surprising
being the MC, but as Park Orchards enter the arena. On the special comments today, we have Josh Ward, who's just been living on cloud 9 all week. Good afternoon to you, Josh.
Yeah, and it's continued today with Surrey Park winning the under-19s premiership in what was a very scrappy affair. But absolutely. Looking forward to this game. I'm really looking forward to seeing both the Tigers and Sharks in action. You are right, the BWS. They were the two best sides and have been the two best sides in Division 1 all season long. So we're going to be in for an absolute cracking contest.
Well, when we think of finals time, we know that one man's going to be in position A, and he's our number one special comments man for a long, long time now, and we wouldn't be the same without him sitting here in the chair. Very good afternoon to you, Wayne Brasher.
Thank you very much, BWS, and welcome to. I'm looking forward to. I always look forward to a grand final. It's been one of many that I've been involved with. I never get tired of being part of a grand final team, BWS. It's such a special day. Doesn't matter what division it is. It's just it's a special day for clubs and media people, and we all live to call these type of games. And once again, I'm privileged to be part of the team.
And we're privileged to have you part of it. And of course, the number one stats man in local football around the country is without a doubt Paul Yacconi. Very good afternoon to you, Paul.
Yeah, good afternoon, BWS. Good afternoon, everyone. It always is a thrill, grand final day. And I was out here earlier calling the under 19.5 grand final with Josh, in which Surrey got up, but it's always a day on the calendar to look forward to.
But nice to have you, Paul, and of course let's go boundary side, and the boys have got the brollies out. They've got the gum boots on as well, and it's a very good afternoon to Brett Beston and Chris Curtis, boundary side.
Thanks, boys. Look, there's no need for brollies at the moment. The sun has poked its head through. I think we're probably going to get some more rain later in the afternoon, but at the moment it's it's just holding, not the rain that we had this morning. Ground conditions very, very wet, obviously, and a lot of mud, particularly with the two games that we've had. But looking for a great game, I think, today. It is a grand final, and I think we're in for an absolute cracker. I'm going for Mitcham. I tipped them during the week. The conditions haven't changed me. I'm still going for Mitcham by 5 points. And joining me on boundary side this afternoon is Chris Curtis. Chris, how do you see it, mate?
Yes, well, like we said, extremely muddy in the centre of the pitch. I'm 6'1". I think when I was standing there, I sunk to about 5'7" from running. But look, boys, I'm a big mentality guy when it comes to sports, and I think Park Orchards make a stand, especially after what happened to them last time these two met. So I'm going to go Park Orchards by 14.
Standing in the best position for the afternoon are our boundary riders today, and brought to you by Tobin Brothers. Wayne Brasher, where is this game going to be won today?
Well, I think actually the game plays into Mitcham's hands again this year. I think these are the sort of conditions that we were confronted with in the Division 1 Grand Final last year. I just love the way Mitcham, they've named their best side on the park this year. It's as strong as what you're going to get from them. I just love the fact that their half-back line is probably the premier half-back line in the competition, led by Jesse Uren, and I think that's where the game is going to be won this afternoon. I've tipped Mitcham to win by 24 points.
It's a decent margin in what shapes to be a pretty dour struggle. It could be. Josh, how do you see it?
Yeah, I think it's just going to come down to who wins it out of the stoppage first, and that's Mitcham's specialty, with the likes of not just Jesse Uren and Jesse Cherry, but Danny Baglava going through there in ruck as well. You know, they've got so much depth, so many players that can run through there. Alex Bunn-Smith, if he wants to run through there. Guy Lachlan can do the same on the outside as well. I just think there's too much. As good as Park Orchards are, and they have pretty decent midfielders as well, led by Michael Prosnak, which is great to see him back into the lineup. You know, Jacob Bryce-Inglis as well. I just think there's too much depth for Mitcham in that midfield. That'll get them over the line. I tipped them by 15 points in the record.
15 points. And how about you, Jared? Are you putting a case forward for Park Orchards today?
I'm not going to do that, unfortunately, for the Sharks. I think Mitcham, they're one of the perennial finals teams. They get themselves up for finals. They're so well coached by Neil Winterton. We saw them overcome an undefeated South Belgrave in the grand final last year. Massive upset, of course. And they mentally get themselves prepared for games like this. And I just don't see that mentality fading. And on the park as well, you've got, I think the big one for me is the ruck contest. It's Danny Baglava and Tom Lovell to chop in when he needs to. They are going to be, Park Orchards are going to be fighting an uphill struggle in the clearance battle today, I think. And I think that's sort of where it will be won and lost for mine.
I can tell you now, I don't want my prediction to come true because it was Mitcham in extra time.
Oh,
I do not want extra time today.
Let's see if it does
Lord
happen.
be there, not extra time.
So you got a margin, Jared?
I've got 5 points. Mitcham to do it again by 5 points.
Toss has just been done. Park Orchards. Michael Prosnack in the middle there, and one at Park Orchards will begin to the left of your radio dial as we go down to Brett Beston on the boundary.
Sorry, boys. One thing I did mention, I forgot to mention, I just checked with the two camps coming into the game. Both sides as listed, so no changes to either side.
I like that.
Thanks very much, Besto. So that means that, what am I trying to say? Mitcham are kicking to the Baronia Road end of Tormore Reserve out here today. There's a big contingent of Tigers down behind the goals down at the club room ends, but they'll be kicking towards them come the last quarter, and that place might be coming alight. It might not be, but I think this game's going to go right down to the wire today. It's really hard to split these two teams. Last week I thought it was going to be a close game. Today I think it's going to be close as well. I've tipped Mitcham by 1 point. I think it's going to be low scoring, and I also think that it's going to be an arm wrestle. It's just who's going to be smarter on the day. When it's wet weather football, you've just got to play smart because it's not free running, it's not free flowing. Yeah. You've got to stay on your man. You've got to win the football. You've got to win the hard football as well. It is so important. You win your positions. As long as the team that has the players that win the most positions, it's probably not about game winners today. It's about winning those positions and the 1%ers, Brash, that count the most on a day like today.
I couldn't agree anymore. This is the game, or these conditions. This is where you get back down to basics in it. It's man on man, and the thing is, all the coach can ask you to do is, if you beat your man in the position, you'll be able to create something, but you don't know what you're going to be able to create until you've beaten your man.
And whoever has the most territory as well, that's going to really help, especially in conditions like this. As a howling gale just comes from right behind us, gushing towards I think the far side wing out here at Tormore Reserve. So whoever does win that territory battle, gets the early territory, that's going to hold them in really good stead.
Absolutely, and locking it in as well. Yeah. And I think that defensive setup is going to be important. It is a man-on-man situation in games like this, but there is also the aspect of the defensive strategy, the defensive lineup, as the wind is really picking up right now.
I also think too, not only will it come down to the players themselves, but this game could also be won in the coach's box as well.
Yep.
I think because I think both coaches are going to have to show their hand at some stage, and it's going to depend on what moves they make. That could be the difference between winning and losing.
Master of Ceremonies, Blake Tennant.
Tormore Reserve for today's Eastland Division 1 Seniors Grand Final between Mitcham and Park Orchards. Mitcham progressed through to today's decider by winning by 28 points in the semi-final over Park Orchards, while Park Orchards had to do it the hard way in the prelim final by 4 points over Beaconsfield. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather and pay our respects to their elders past and present. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here today. Congratulations and best of luck to both teams in today's decider. Officiating umpires for today's match are in the field, Daniel Phillips, Dan Beard and Nicholas Dorr. In the boundary we have Ryan Paravicini, Ryan Muscan, Samuel Rattray and Thomas Linett. In the goal we have Jesse Fry and of course Andrew Wasty. I'll now like you all to be upstanding with the players and umpires for the National Anthem of Australia.
Well, the scene is set out here. It's the Division 1 Grand Final.
He's up
Just
and about,
absolutely
Blakey.
loving his work today, Blake Tennant, and thanks very much to Lee Green, who's just moved on a few of the spectators in front of us who had the umbrellas up. It was making it virtually impossible to call the game, and that's not what we can have because we know how many thousands of people are going to be watching on the stream today. But the team are going to their final huddles. 18 rounds, 3 weeks of finals, and now the big dance. It's very exciting, gentlemen. Wayne Brasher.
Yeah, got an early score from Bayswater. East Ringwood 1-1-7, leading Roval yet to score.
Good start from the Roos.
7 minutes into the first quarter, that game has been underway.
Fascinating game there, of course. East Ringwood looking to make their way into a grand final in their second year after being promoted from Division 1.
And their first, I think, since 2002 when they, I think they came from behind that year and knocked off East Bill at that game as well. So...
looking around and giving a Spider a grin.
I'm sure he appreciates that, Spider.
Might have to use Spider to go out and use some muscle and get some of these more umbrellas out of our way, surely.
Yeah, I think so.
But where the scene is being set, the wind is absolutely howling. I'm going to cross back down boundary side because it's certainly picked up since the last time we spoke to Brett Beston and Chris Curtis.
To be honest, boys, it might seem like it's howling up there. It's not too bad down at ground level, so maybe as you get up higher, it's a bit more noticeable. But nothing. It's significant, but it's not over the top. So
but also looking for how many goal reason to which way, please.
But also, Brett, you're hiding in the box. That's why you don't feel the breeze.
The trees are falling over in the background.
Boys, listen, the wind's going. Just send a question Blake Tennant's way. He's our wind expert, as we know.
Well, we'll work out for ourselves which way the breeze is blowing and how many goals that will be as the game gets going. But players are taking their positions now, and it is Mitcham kicking to the Baronia Road end. Park Orchards are kicking to the club room ends. We're out at Tormore Reserve. It's the Division 1 Grand Final, and here's Jared Beanland to start the match for us.
The moment has arrived for these two teams. One of them will end up in Premier Division at the end of this game. The other will have to go it again in Division 1. The rucks go up. The siren goes again. Hickey lays the first tackle, and it was high.
That happened last time we did a Div 1 game here, Jared.
Indeed. And the free kick went to Crampton, kicks it inside forward, 50. Two Park Orchards men spoil themselves. Spiteri was one of them. Magnano gets the clearing kick for the Sharks. Out onto the wing. Mud's flying up as Prunty gains the possession. Kicking it forward for the Sharks. 2-on-1 situation. Well done by Lovell. Just tumbles it back to the wing, but the intercept mark has been taken. And it's Sam Heron to send it forward once again for the Sharks. Punch comes from behind. That was well done by Maguire. Scrambling kick out by the Tigers. No clean possession. In comes Jeffs. Lost it. Kick off the ground there by Cherry. Jackson Hallow ends up in the horns of a dilemma. Tackled by two and will have a ball up. 1 minute in to the first quarter. Let's go down boundary side.
All right, I've figured it out, boys. It's Mitcham kicking with the wind in this first quarter. In terms of the margin, maybe a couple of kicks, that's all. I don't think it'll be too significant.
Great tackle inside the defensive 50 for Mitcham, not rewarded. The kick went up and under. It was smothered and then scooped up. Tackled was Duvalin, and we'll have another ball up in Park Orchards forward line.
So it's about 40 metres out from the Park Orchards goal line as the rucks go at it. It's going to be a sloppy game. Little handball out. Jeff's little handball over the top. Price Inglis was in there, brought to ground. Strong tackle by Nick Hallow, and he'll reach after it again and cause a stoppage, and they've inched closer. It's about 30 metres out now. Neither team has scored. We've only gone a minute and a half now in this first term. The rain is tumbling down in the front spot. Baglava just got brought to ground in the end, just got dumped on it. There's a lot of players around this football. Glossop, one of the favourite sons of the Tigers, will hand the ball back to the umpire and we'll have another restart. Expect a lot of stoppages today as the rucks go at it. Baglava got the knockdown, and once again, let's have a restart.
Interesting from Neil Winterton starting Tom Lovell and ruck, and then now Danny Baglava coming into the ruck contest.
So knockout, we'll call that a 1-1 draw with Keppel and Baglava, and going in after it there, Maguire got slung down.
Do you think, Josh, that's because Baglava might have started in defence? Is that why he's taking the ruck now?
Possibly. I mean, I think he might have started centre-half forward the first two finals, maybe just working his way up and then potentially giving Lovell room to roam across the ground and play as that loose man behind the stoppage.
It's got the essence of a Little League game at the moment. All players just following the footy from stoppage to stoppage as we have another boundary throw in, a very, very shallow one picked up by Jeffson. Goes goalward and kicked a banana out of bounds on the full. So it'll be a free kick to the Tigers to bring the ball back into play. Right forward pocket. Neither side have scored, and we've gone 3 minutes here in the first two.
Jesse Uren already covered in mud. Goodness me. It looks like he's played a full game out there. It's been 3 and a bit minutes. Strong mark taken from Uren's kick. And now it's Lovell, Tom Lovell, former Upper Ferntree Gully man. He really whiffed on that one. Intercepted by Park Orchards. Kick inside forward 50. Good spoil by May. The cavalry arrived for the Tigers, and the mark's been taken by Nat Barnes, former Blackburn man. He's going to kick it onto the wing. Had an option there. Just went to it one-handed, did Jake Parenti. The Sharks arrive. That was Blakey. Slams it forward. Whistle's gone on that contest, and Mitcham will take the free kick. So looking for it out wide, just in a puddle of mud immediately. And a 2-on-1 situation wasn't the smartest option. And over the top came Mason Blakey to punch it over the line.
You can already tell this is going to be a real Dower struggle, can't you?
Ball in the stat centre.
Tackles so far are 5-3 the way Park Orchards.
Thank you very much. It's going to be a tackle-heavy game, I would suspect, as shoveled back over the line by Prunty. That was Nick Hallow.
Wouldn't terribly surprise me this afternoon, gentlemen, if the quarters only go 22, 23 minutes.
We might, we're not much to Lee's delight, no doubt. We might not be here for as long as usual. Marrow got the clearance with a snap, but back into the contest, back into the scrum. Another tackle and another ball up.
I think you mentioned it before, Bash. 8 or 6 goals will definitely win this game. It wouldn't surprise me if it's even lower than 8 or 6.
Bagliver tried to muscle out of the ruck contest, ended up tackled by 2.
Might be like the 19s this morning, Josh.
Oh yeah,
1-5 to 2-4. Yeah, that was
that's an enthralling contest. That one.
Gee.
Jeepers, I remember many moons ago at Donvale Vermont Grand Final. I think it was 4 goals to 2.
Good tap that time. Trying to kick it off the ground was Jess Cherry. Now Maguire gets a tumbling one towards the centre of the ground. Whiffs on it did Jesse Cherry. Picked up by Jackson Hallow, and he was brought down in a tackle. And Ben Warren Smith to get this game going.
Well, let's see what Baglivar got the little knockout flick over the top. It was picked up by Hickey. He got dispossessed of the football. Hands and Neve Laughlin got the handball out wide. 2 players onto one here. Mitcham had the favour. Marrow was in and under, scooped upon it. He was scooped upon himself, and we'll have a ball up. So just forward of centre now for Mitcham.
Sliding away, these players.
It's a bit of a slippery slide today. Baglivar take it out of the ruck, but he's going nowhere. Wrapped up quickly by Woods and co. So Woods will go up. Baglivar got the knockout. Picked up, though, nicely by Jeffs, who just banged it on his boot. That's going to see a lot of that today, is those long bombs, and see what fortune can come from that. A little flick shot there by Keppel. It went nowhere. Went through the arms there of Hickey. Came out wide. Little kick off the ground there. That was really, really dangerous by Ureni. Almost gave away a free kick. And over the boundary line she goes as we go to Wayne Brasher around the grounds.
Yeah, 15 minutes into the first quarter. East Ringwood 1-3-9 leading Roval 1 behind.
Conditions will be much the same over there, although I'm sure the ground isn't as muddy. The home of football. Nice little don't argue there by Smythe. The kick goes in towards the middle of the ground. Ball beat all players again. Picked it up. Haythorne got the little handball away. Scrambly kick only went a metre or so. Hickey loose handball out. And then a kick off the ground goes right towards the boundary line again. Oh. It's going to be a lot of soccer action today. Tumbling, and the umpire's paid a free kick, and it's going the way of Park Orchards.
Boundary.
Going in the arms of Blakey. Let's cross to Chris Curtis. Boundary side right there.
I've played 14 years of soccer, boys, and that's probably the best slide tackle I've ever seen.
As Blakey goes forward, the kick went in towards the Prosenac direction. It went over the top of his head. Hickey came charging through, quickly wrapped up by Uren. Right in front of the Tiger faithful. There's a big crowd down here today. Head on down to Tormore or stay warm and watch the stream. Either way, you'll be watching Division 1 football at its sloppy best. As the ball went up, the ball went down, and Jared Beeland will want to see if you can ignite this.
7.5 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's 0-0. No surprise given the conditions. Another double tackle. We've seen that quite a bit. Player receives the ball and two opponents end up bringing them down. Tap by Keppel. In there is Vipond. Ball on the ground. No clean possession once more. Ends up in the mud patch.
Or you could have yourself wrapped in a blankie with a nice hot chocolate.
That sounds pretty nice. Tap down. Hickey out of the stoppage towards the top of the goal square. It's all Tigers. Mark taken. And they'll be searching for options out here. What does he have on offer? I'm struggling to see. Uren is there, and so is Pizzazz. Knocked out of Pizzaz's hands to Jeffs. Now Hickey tries that snap again towards the top of the goal square again. No mark taken there by Prosenak into the goal square. Dangerous time for the Tigers. Oh, trying to kick it off the ground there was Whitnish. Couldn't quite make contact, and it's a pile on. Absolute stacks on in the Park Orchards goal square.
Looks like they're ready to run a try, wouldn't it?
So in the screen, it's all Tigers, but Park Orchards no doubt holding their width. Bit of volleyball there. Uren ends up with it. Upended. Ball spills free, just. How long is that going to last for? Not at all.
You almost reckon they're going to have to swap the balls at the end of each quarter.
Yeah, I think they will.
Up we go again. Again at a dangerous spot for Mitcham. Trying to bust through was Elms. He was brought down in another tackle.
I was about to say, it looks like literally every player on the ground has mud on them except for Connor Hickey and Kane Keppel.
Josh Chappell as well, I think.
Don't worry, they'll get their turn.
Oh, they will, no doubt. Elms this time lays the tackle on Keppel. Another ball up. Stoppage after stoppage. What can Park Orchards do? It's on them to try and score from here, but juggling the ball and managing to maintain possession there. That was good by Mitcham Maguire, I believe. Tackle by Parenti. It's at centre-half back for Mitcham. But Park Orchards get it back. Haythorne inside forward 50. Should have taken that mark. Didn't quite. The Park Orchards forward. Vipond looping handball inside forward 50. Prosenak tackled out of it. Uren there. Gets a little touch kick. Vipond goes again. Ill-directed handball, and Josh May sends it high towards Haythorne, though. Scooped up. That was a clever little pick-up there. And inside forward 50 once again. May puts himself in the way. Mitcham get the clearing kick. For how long, though? Amir busts his way straight into the tackle of Devalin. Ball back in dispute. No clean hands. Prosenak now gets it out to Amir again. Fresh air kick. Ball bouncing round. Uren lays the tackle. I feel like and it's going to be a ball up. I feel like Jesse Uren's the name we've called the most today. Paul in the stat centre.
The inside 50 so far are 9-1 the way of Park Orchards.
Well, the ball's still across the half-forward line for Park Orchards. Can they work themselves forward? It slips out once again. Little kick off the ground by Barton Smith. It trickled 10 metres over the boundary line, right in front of the broadcast position here. We go to Paul Yaconi again down south.
Clearances at the moment are 4-3 away of Park Orchards.
Great stuff, Paul. Boundary throw in. Ball comes out. Cherry was running onto it. A kick goes inside forward 50. Keppel was in there. Put out muscle. Prosenak was holding his opponent. In fact, it was Bapond. And a free kick going the way of Zach Elms. So big Zach Elms. Very serious approach about him as he kicks down the wing position, looking for the big ruckman in Baklavara. Got in the front spot there. Nick Hallow, fantastic mark. Probably nearly the first mark of the day. I think that's taken 12 minutes or so as he thumps the ball down the wing position. Came at ground level. Little scoop upon there by Smythe. Kicked it up towards the half-forward line. Lucas Marrow kick off the ground. It's a one-on-one situation. Spiteri was in there. Marrow did really well. Handball to Parenti. Parenti scrambling kick towards goal. Run through for one behind by Hickey. And we have a score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and it is Mitcham leading by 1 point.
Got to keep your feet there, McLaren Spiteri. Nearly gave away a goal in that, but it would have been a miracle shot anyway by Parenti. Spiteri now kicks it onto the outer side, away from our position here. Mark taken by Liam Webb. Delicate chip inboard. Whitnish spilt it, but had time and space to regain it, and Keppel gets down on the knees to take that mark. Hands it off. They've got their running game going now to Park Orchards. Amir couldn't handle the ball, though. Now Mitcham, 3-on-2. Ball bounces around. Elms gets the handball back to May. May kicks it down the ground. Marrow, who was intercepted by Spiteri. No mark was taken. Out goes Webb with the handball, and Park Orchards to move forward with it. Spiteri, body lining the ball was Nick Hallow. Left it behind and then copped a high tackle, I would have thought, by Liam Webb. Umpire agrees. Out on the wing now. Pretty much dead centre. Now Nick Hallow kicks it down. Spiteri got in the way. Good little spoil. Chappelle had to go down a long way to scoop that one up and was tackled over the line. Brash in the score centre.
22 minutes time on to the first quarter. East Ringwood 2-3-15 leading Roval 1 behind.
Ball in on the arc of Mitcham's forward line. Bagliver versus Chappelle. Chappelle just got the tap. Hickey off the ground. And another stacks on situation. Ball going nowhere. Macricanis, the tackler, in there. Another stoppage. Ball hits the ground. Nick Hallow tackled by two again.
I think the hardest thing, Josh, when we're trying to do some special comments here, it's very hard to make a case for Mitcham at the moment because they've only had one inside 50 with, you know, for a behind.
Bagliver thumps it forward. Spiteri gets in the way once again. Has to lay the tackle.
But that being said, Josh, Park Orchards are getting in and under, and they're trying to be very creative and get the side rolling.
Yeah, Mitcham needs someone like a Nick Hallow or a Jesse Uran just to get in the trenches and just do something special in these next couple of minutes if Mitcham are to get a bit more of an advantage.
Marrow ends up tackling and winning the holding the ball free kick. He's going to be a bit too far out to score, especially with a heavy ball. Sends it to the top of the goal square. Up they go. No mark taken. Park Orchards are going to have to be composed here. Chappelle got the kick, handball back to Haythorne. His kick was in hope. Running back onto it there. And copping a heavy hit was Maguire. No, Nick Hallow now, and a scrambling kick forward there by Mitcham. He's copping it as Crampton. Lining up for goal from the arc. And not kicking it was Cameron Pizzazz.
Had a lot more time there, did Cameron Pizzazz.
Did. Nathan Crampton is looking sore after copping a couple of heavy hits.
Probably not enough talk there and telling Pizzazz he had more time.
Just a couple of nerves in these early stages, I reckon, of this grand final.
Well, the score is 2 behinds to Mitcham. Park Orchards yet to score. They only just put the score on the board. It's not like they've been busy. 25-metre penalty. They'll take that every day of the week. The Sharks wasting no time. The kick went up to DeVallen, who took the mark. Fantastic. So there's still 2 kicks from home, just inside the centre square here. Park Orchards looking for the options forward. You can see all players getting back. It makes it really tight. The kick goes inside forward 50. Nicely chopped off there by Nathan Crampton, who was in position A. Just filled the hole and very nicely. Drives the ball out wide. Made it pretty difficult for his teammate there in Uren to take the mark there. Sorry, in fact, it was Lachlan. He goes after it again, paddles it over, and she goes out for a boundary throw-in. Almost a touch to Paris Harvey on the bench there. Senior coach of Park Orchards. Dual premiership coach, looking for number 3 today with his 3rd club. Of course, his kids play at Park Orchard, so the natural transition for him was to come through and be the senior coach. As it comes out now, Glossop was in there, slung down by Whitnish in a strong tackle. Support comes from everywhere. And we will have another ball up, 60 metres out from the Park Orchards goal line, currently trailing by 2 points. Haven't seen a goal yet in the big dance. As we cross almost the 17-minute mark in this first quarter of the Division 1 Grand Final. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, although it might be hard to listen to. 98.1 Radio Eastern, and of course streaming live around the globe, YouTube and Facebook. Prozanak spent it before he had it, threw his arms up in the air, asking God what happened there, and goes back to position. So boundary throw in right in front of the grandstand here. Big crowd. Baglivar got the knockout. No avail. They've got players streaming through on hands and knees. Nick Hallow was there. Umpire said, give it back to me and we'll have another ball up.
Up we go again, Baglava and Chappelle. Baglava really starting to try and gain territory with those thumps out of the ruck. Handball over the line by Mitcham.
Just saw one of the comments before. Someone's watching from Bali, Brad Slater. Sure, he's living it up there.
Yeah.
Better weather than here, no doubt.
And I bet you the bintangs are real cold too.
Absolutely.
The throw-in went over the heads of the ruckman. In the end, Park Orchards gave away a free kick. It's going to be Uren. Oh, tackled round the neck was Hallow. Uren nearly stepped his way into some trouble, but Prozanak came in and made sure that Mitcham had the ball again. Nick Hallow just kicked it. It wasn't a great kick onto the wing. Tackle had to be laid by Mitcham. In went Crampton. Marrow. Oh, thumping bump by Jackson Hallow. Nearly regained Mitcham the ball again. Haythorne's in there now. Parenti, ferocious in that tackle.
Yeah, you can't
and it was a sling.
No, that's stupid there.
Haythorne to take the free kick. Paul in the stat centre.
Free kicks are 6-3 to way Mitcham, and it's kicking off here.
It is.
Maybe that's what it needs, a bit of spice, because I tell you what, there isn't much coming in the way of scores.
It's a tailstroke.
Yellow card to Jake
I thought that might
Parenti.
be the case.
That is pretty big.
That is.
Gee, we're getting a point every 9 minutes at the moment. It's a great stat.
So this could really loosen up Matt Haythorne with Parenti off the ground for a while. Had a look at the stats from their last game between these two teams. 16 spoils by Matt Haythorne.
I think Parenti still had a pretty decent day in front of the big sticks as well.
He did indeed. So up went, that was Woods. Ball spelt to ground, taken away by Whitnish. Inside forward 50, diving. Mark on the knees. That was well done. Mitcham to take it out again. Baglava the target, out of his hands. And over the line. It was Nick Caulfield who took that intercept mark earlier.
Been impressed with this game
in
defence.
He's been good. Brash in the score centre.
Quarter time, East Ringwood 2-3-15, leading Roval 1 behind.
Thank you very much. Back into play. Baglava tries to get the tap forward. Roved by Prunty. Tackled. Holding the ball. And it's Lucas Marrow to take it away.
So Marrow, X-Factor player for the Tigers. That doubt kicks it up the wing position. Trying to get into position there was Persis, but he had a big brick wall in Cridland to get around, who knocked it straight over the boundary line and straight towards Besto, who did his best to get his first touch.
Highly rated by his team as Cridland.
Boundary.
Baglava knocks it down, straight into the arms there of Barton Smith as we go boundary side.
I thought you were going to say I was highly rated, Jared.
Big knock that time. He's dominating the ruck, isn't he, Brash, at the moment, Baglava?
Yep, he certainly is.
Got the advantage on height and girth.
I think the plan is to have Baglava go down or about centre half back and then let Lovell do the rest of the ruck work to give him a spell.
So once again, the big man knocks it straight down to ground level. Barnes was there. Trying to pick it up there was Jeffs. Quick kick by Park Orchards down the wing. Glossop's in and underneath it. Takes the mark. Just going to slow things down. The big pack forms across the half-forward line, so that's the way he's going to go. And he went towards the big ruckman and knocked over the back. Player scooping on top of it there was Whitnish. He had support in there from Chappell, who sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
I reckon we're none the wiser, Josh, to see when we're going to get our first goal, are we?
I don't think it's not coming at any time soon. I reckon this first goal, I think it's just going to be a bit of a slow burn. It wouldn't surprise me if we go through this quarter goalless.
I think we're about to.
Clearing kick from the stoppage, goes up towards the wing. Nicely done there by May. Got a little handball away. Scrambly football again. Hickey, little flick over the top. That was okay. Jeffs did a pirouette. He was tackled by Uren, who got it forward. Caulfield, little toe poke over the boundary line. It's hard to trap the footy at the moment. Scores are 2 behinds. Mitcham, Park Orchards yet to score. We've got 22 minutes here in the first term on grand final day.
Back into play it goes. Baglava front position. Got the tap down. No clear possession this time by Mitcham. The kick was smothered. I thought he was held without the ball was Declan Woods.
Yep.
The umpire agreed.
He was.
Declan Woods hands it off. Magnano takes the space in front of him. Kicks it inside forward 50. Good punch away by Mitcham. Park Orchards, Prozanak couldn't control the ball. And it went out towards the boundary line.
I reckon at this rate, 5 or 6 goals will probably win this game, even that.
I know. It's going to be a unique-looking scoreboard at the end of this game, I think, for games that we often see. Whistle's gone in that contest, and it's gone the way of Park Orchards. We could have our first goal.
Dan Beard coming in from off the side with holding. Very experienced umpire. Free kick going the way of Jai Whitnish.
Well, I guarantee you had a very cruisy 20 minutes, Dan Beard. He was standing down that centre forward line. The ball wasn't down there. He wouldn't have raised a sweat, I reckon.
Jai Whitnish. He's kicked 5 goals for the year. 3 of them came last week. Can he kick a most important one now in the grand final? No, it faded out to the right. Spoiled over the line. Mitcham breathe a sigh of relief. They wouldn't want to give up a goal in the late stages of this quarter after such a low-scoring encounter.
Well, they've halved the margin. It's 2 plays 1. It's Maguire. Big kick out that time. Got a lot of purchase on that. 60 metres it went before it was knocked over the boundary line and out of bounds.
How long do you reckon this quarter will go for, Brush?
No, there wouldn't be. I reckon it's not far off being done now.
Another half minute, I think.
Well, let's not forget it's stoppage after stoppage after stoppage.
Yeah,
it could actually be long quarters, not quite the opposite. As it comes in now, getting down your end was there. Scooped upon, though, by Whitnish, who was tackled strongly by Caulfield, who's going to receive the free kick. He's been very good in this first term, the young fella.
Then again, you could be right, BWS, because it almost feels like you had 10, 15 seconds to the clock for every stoppage.
Correct. The kick went straight down the throat of Liam Webb, who once again will wind up, send the ball long. Where is Prozanak? He wasn't there that time as the ball's knocked away. Halo of the Jackson variety was in there. Whitnish, who's been very lively, Whitnish, came in for the hip and shoulder, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
The one thing I will say, I think Park Orchards at the moment look like the side that might kick the first goal. I think they're playing a little bit more aggressive at the contest.
Marrow was in there. He was dispossessed. Whitnish once again on the bottom of the pack. And we will have another ball up.
Just need to find a way to get through the likes of Nicholas Caulfield and Jackson Glossop, who have just been immense in this first quarter for Mitcham.
Baglivar, little knock over the top. It was okay. Kick goes up towards the top of the goal square, and standing strong, standing true, Zach Elms, who's done it a couple of times now, takes the mark. Just kicks it out of that danger zone. Uren had the front spot. He got one bite on it. The Dukes just couldn't stick. On hands and knees, players reach for it. They stretch for it. They want the loose ball, but they can't get it. Another ball up, 50 metres out from the Sharks' goal line.
Up we go again. I would say, well, Baglivar went to ground there, and that allowed Woods to win the ruck contest. Maybe a rare occurrence. Tackle ended up being laid by Price Inglis.
Almost feel like Baglivar dragged Woods down then.
Yeah.
Woods unlucky. Woods unlucky, I thought, not to get a free.
Up we go again. Baglivar taps it over the back. Kick inside forward 50 off the ground by Park Orchards. Results in a scramble. And Mitcham will take it away through Josh May. Out onto the outer, or actually up the corridor it was. Scooped up by Park Orchards. The handball came away. No. Mitcham gaining territory towards the arc. Pizzazz versus Cridland. Cridland first to it. Pizzazz is there again. Gets the handball away. Mitcham spiraling ball towards the boundary line. At least it's territory. No. I thought it was going to go out, but it was... it bounced for Webb. His kick was dropped by Heron. He had time and space to wheel around and send it back down the line. Magnano's there, roving it. And it was Elms tackling him. And another ball up on the outer side. So ball moved probably more than we've seen it move in that last minute. But, of course, it just resulted in a stoppage. Prunty now out to Price Inglis. Thumps it down the ground. It's all Tigers and the boundary line.
Good kick.
It was a good kick. It was pure territory. And another inside 50 to Park Orchards just after Mitcham looked to have an opportunity. So you can feel, just by looking at the players, how drained they are. Although... Oh, has the siren gone?
No siren.
Well, everyone seems to be walking out as if there's quarter time.
I reckon it must be quarter time. We didn't hear that. Did we?
Well, there was certainly no siren.
There was no siren, but the umpires have obviously called it based on the time, though.
We heard nothing down here, boys.
They typically keep their own time as well sometimes.
That makes sense. Well, there it is. Quarter time in the Division 1 Grand Final.
It's all happening out at Tormore.
Thank you very much for joining us. It is Mitcham, 2 behind, Park Orchards. Did they score a behind in the end? It doesn't.
I think they did. I'm pretty sure they did.
They did.
They both had 2 on the board.
Yeah, no, it's 2-1, and the scoreboard's been working overtime, so they might have missed that last point.
Has Megan got it right or not? Don't look at that one there.
No. It's 2 points to 1 point. Park Orchards definitely kicked it behind late in that first term. So it's a 1 point margin to Mitcham at quarter time. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 98.1 Radio Eastern is streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Let's hope this game can pick up. Let's hope there's a spark. Let's hope there's something coming up right after this.
Let's go to an ad, shall we?
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Tormore Reserve as Division 1 Grand Final day. Mitcham taking on Park Orchards, and it's the Tigers who lead this by a solitary point, which is the margin I picked them by. 1 point plays 2 points here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, although there was only showing the Mitcham aren't showing a behind on the scoreboard, but absolutely they did kick it because they kicked in.
Yeah.
They had a kick in. So we're going with our own scoreboard, but there's other scores happening. A very important one. There's only a single game happening out at Bayswater Oval, the Premier Division clash between East Ringwood and Rover. Wayne Brusher.
Yeah, 7 minutes into the second quarter, and East Ringwood are in front by 22 points.
Ooh.
East Ringwood 3-5-23, leading Rover 1 behind.
Yeah, okay. makes sense
Boundary.
that Ray Baird's been so quiet. Let's cross down boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Boys, I'm here with Park Orchards head coach Paris. Paris, how did you see that first quarter from your perspective?
Oh, it's a great contest, absolutely. And the conditions are trying, which is what everyone can understand. So, yeah, I thought it was a great contest.
And you mentioned throughout that quarter-time huddle speech that at times you felt the team was setting up too far away from the footing. You need to play the conditions a bit better. How can you do that going forward?
Yeah, I think we just set back a little bit too far. We just need to be a bit closer to the contest, stoppage and stuff like that. So if we can adjust that and we can stop over handballing a couple of times, so it'll be okay.
And number 11 for Mitcham, Jesse Urin's been a big play for them so far this season. You managed to keep him fairly quiet in that first term. Was that a directive, or was that just your system doing its work?
No, mate, it's just a matter of hopefully he doesn't get his hands on it that much. That's what I'm hoping for, so yeah.
No, best of luck for the game.
Thanks very much,
Chris.
Yeah, it's very sorry, mate. Sorry. Yeah, great stuff there, Paris Harvey. Always gives as much as he wants to. Is probably the best way to describe it. Brash is.
He is, and our man Davis Harrigan, who unfortunately is not with us today because of illness, has just been looking at some stats for us to see if he could find when there was a last scoreless quarter in a grand final, and this stage he's gone back to 2016 and can't find anything.
Marcus, I don't think conditions have been like this, though.
So Davis, if you can keep looking, be much appreciated.
You might get back to 1980 by half time, and we'll just keep going. As
I was kind of doing it last 5 minutes as well.
I can only remember maybe a Donvale Vermont game that I mentioned very early, but that's got to be well over 20, 30 years ago that happened. I think one of the things that both sides could probably try and do a little bit more in the second quarter, if they get a mark or they get a free kick, I think they need to have a player running by to take the ball and try and break a line and kick the ball long, right, to try and open the game up a little bit, so that both sides can start running a little bit more, because this rugby scrum, which is what the game is at the moment, it's not going to do any good for both sides. It's stifling their creativity.
Yeah, need someone like a McLaren Spiteri for Park Orchards to just break through, or for Mitcham, Josh May to do that sort of stuff.
Underway in the second quarter of the Division 1 Grand Final. Lovell gets the tap down, sharked immediately by Prunty. Slipped as he kicked it, but it was still an effective kick. Scooped up by Mitcham. They'll send it to the outer side on the wing. Good tackle laid. I believe that was on your end. Absolute scrum out there. And the rolling maul comes to a close. Let's go down to the boundary line with Brett Beston, who is
very
with the Mitcham
composed. Neil Winterton with his side. He's looking for more intensity in this particular quarter. He just wants them to watch the kickouts. He said they've given it away a couple of times from kickouts, so he wants them to just take their time, show some composure. And there is a player out for just a minute till I flick over my page. I do apologise. Out of the side is Crampton, Nathan Crampton. He's out with concussion, so he'll take no further part in the game for Mitcham.
That is unfortunate there. Good player, Crampton. Barnes ends up tackled by two once more. Again, we see that a lot. Two players ending up tackling. And that is from both teams. Slapped by Baglava.
That seems ironic, Crampton, because as Neil Winterton alluded to, he missed out last year's grand final because of injury, and he's already out of the game in this year as well, Josh.
And I reckon he'd enjoy these type of conditions.
Yeah, it would have been right down his alley.
Getting down into the trenches, particularly inside that forward 50 where he can be creative.
Scoreboard's been updated.
Good to see, good to see. Back into play, Woods versus Baglava. The much bigger Baglava gets the tap. Hickey ends up at the bottom of the Jesse Cherry tackle. Another ball up. Stoppage after stoppage here, of course. If you saw the ground today, the mud, the conditions, you wouldn't be surprised. Yet another boundary throw in. Let's go down to Chris Curtis.
Just got confirmation, boys. We are switching the balls each quarter, so a new ball out there for this one.
Well, one positive, the sun is starting to shine through out here for once today.
How much will that improve play? We shall see. Baglava just continuously gaining territory with his ruck contests.
I wish I shared your confidence, Josh. I reckon it's an aberration, mate.
Another ball up as Jackson Hallow was tackled. Here we go again. Lovell this time gets the tap. We're heading inevitably to another stoppage as there's no clear possession. Ball spills free briefly. Jumping on top of it was Michael
Boundary.
Prozanak and Jackson Hallow. Let's go boundary side.
Actually, I just want to back Josh up, Brace. Actually, the sun's been out for a while. It's probably as good as it's been all day. There's tons of blue sky around at the moment. It's probably, best conditions of the day.
Kick off the ground by Mitcham. But going to ground level was Whitnish. Another kick off the ground. That could be a goal. It was. Uren. Oh, he breaks the drought. Goodness me. And that is the classic way you're going to see a goal be kicked today. The handball just went out into space. Uren, the opportunist. He didn't get his hands on it like Paris Harvey was hoping. He got the boot to it, much to his chagrin. And Mitcham draw first blood.
Well, Chris Curtis, I don't know about you. I know you played soccer for 14 years, but that's a pretty decent set shot on goal from directly in front. That's a brilliant piece of play from Uren.
They're putting on an absolute clinic out here, Josh. I'm actually loving it, to be honest.
Ball back in the middle here. Park Orchards looking for the quick answer. The big fly that time there by Livingston. Goes after it again. The big man, Uren, the last goal scorer, the only goal scorer, laid the tackle. Coming in there, Keppel got the handball out wide. Little miss kick there by Hickey. He had Cherry from Mitcham going in after it. Strong tackle over the top, Nick Halo. And we will have a ball up on the edge of the centre square, far side of Tormore Reserve.
Sometimes it only just takes that first goal just to break it open a little bit. Maybe players might relax a little bit more here.
A lot of holding in the ruck contest as the kick by Cherry goes off the ground. Gained about 20 valuable metres as the ball's knocked over the boundary line by Blakey for a boundary throw-in.
No, you're the one being optimistic, I think, Brush.
Well, the other thing is, too, you got 36 players out there. How many of them would be wearing wet weather boots? None.
No.
Well, you'd hope some of them have a spare set in the bag, and they would have put that on at the start as it came out. Nicely done there by Halo of the Jackson variety. Kick goes up towards the half-forward line. Whistle blows. Dan Beard has called this one, and a free kick going to Amir for the Sharks in that defensive zone. He's calling for players to hit the boundary. He's going to kick that way now as he drives it wide. It goes very wide, and getting a fingertip on it that time there was May. He kept the ball alive. It did really well. It gained 15, 20 metres going back in the right direction. Whitnish was on hands and knees. He paddled it back. He got it to Livingston. Fresh air shot, then second go at it. Dribbled a kick away on hands and knees. Maguire got the handball out. It goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. Right next to the GG Gardner home sign.
Starting to lift this Jesse Wren. Bring a bit more pressure and trying to be as creative as he can in that midfield.
Mitcham leading the clearances so far, 3-0.
Thank you very much, Paul. Jackson Hallow gets the handball over the top to Uren. Couldn't get purchase on the ball. Went over the boundary line before Mason Blakey could bring it away. 5.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 6-3. Or 8-2. 1-2-8. Mitcham. Park Orchards one behind. Back into play. Chappelle tapped it down. And yet another scrap for the ball as Nick Hallow was the one at the end of that. Another ball up. Brash in the score centre.
16 minutes of the second quarter. East Ringwood 3-5-23 leading Roeville 3 behind.
You do wonder what the conditions are like there. Mitcham force it forward once again. The kick went into space. The race is on. And Cridland getting down on hands and knees. Couldn't handle it once again. Stacks on. Absolute stacks on. Bottom of that was Duvalin. And Haythorne, of course, for Park Orchards. A lot of aerial prowess by Haythorne, but this time having to do it at ground level. Ball bounces around once again. Dangerous spot here for Mitcham. Kicking Hope out of the pack for Park Orchards. No mark taken. And another kick just sent towards. Oh, heavy body contact. And that was Amir on Hallow, and Amir will get the free kick. And Jackson Hallow just got knocked over. Could have reversed that there, the umpire, if he was feeling. Oh, the handball was aimed for Prozanak. At least he had time and space to regain the ball. Kicks it out of defence, and the mark's been taken by Liam Webb.
So Webb goes further afield now. This is a little bit better. They're hitting up some targets both sides. Prozenak eventually ran down, got the handball to the run of Jeffs. Jeffs kicks the ball up towards the half-forward line. It was a really good kick. It was a super kick. They've got players running on in the goal square. This is going to be an open goal to Heron. Can it just sit up for him and sat in the puddle like a duck? And then the Richmond players come running through. Whitnish came after it as well. It just plonked. It stopped. It did nothing.
Andrew.
Unbelievable, Brett Beston.
Really quickly, boys, Jake Parenti back on after his time in the naughty corner.
So ball game's knockout now. There's a chance gone begging. If ever you've seen one, Mitcham will just try and get it out of that danger zone. Strong tackling there. Over the top, Barton Smith. A lot of players surround themselves. It's going to be really hard to let this ball come out. Whitnish paddled it out. Got it out towards his teammate there in Magnano, who just dropped it like a hot spud. The umpire said play on. The clearing kick by the Tigers goes out towards the half-back line now for them. Can they get running support? Little kick off the ground there by Marrow. Went nowhere. Picked up there by Chappell. He's slammed to the ground by Lovell. Umpire Dan Beard says, no siree, Bob. Give it back to me. We'll have a ball up right in front of us here in the broadcast position.
Unless you lay the perfect tackle, you're not going to get that free kick this afternoon.
No chance.
Energy's picking up a little bit. Chappell and Baglova in the ruck contest. Baglova complained about something there as the ball went over the line for another boundary throw-in.
I think it's a case, Josh. I think the players are frustrated with the conditions because they're not being allowed to play the game that they want to play.
No, they haven't, and it's definitely impacting. It is definitely having a bit of an impact, and they're letting their frustrations out.
God, it would be frustrating in a grand final as well, as May ends up chasing Uren. They caught the Park Orchards man in a pincer movement, and Makrakanis ends up getting the free kick. Paul in the stat centre.
Mitcham leading the tackles 11-4 in this second quarter.
Kicks it down the line. Bounced free. Baglova couldn't... Oh, he laid the tackle, slung his man out of there. Heavy pressure, heavy work. Another ball up.
They've just been told that Michael Prozenak might be coming off for Park Orchards, which is a little bit of a concerning sign.
Good clearance there by Jeffs. Couldn't quite find a clean possession, but Kane Heppel worked his way free. Got the kick forward. Wood scooped it up. Heron now Glossop laid the tackle on him, and he went no further. Another ball up, this time in Park Orchards' forward line. What can they scrap from here? Well, it's Uren that was first to it. Kicked it off the ground again, just like he did for the goal. Ball bounces idly in the middle of the ground. Parenti just shrugs off his man.
Well done.
Got the kick off the ground as well as he lost the ball. Haythorne, though, put himself in the way. Parenti goes again. This is good stuff by him. At the bottom of that, though, was Cridland, happy to lock it up and just save Park Orchards the trouble of having to run back and chase the ball into the defensive lines. Another ball up. Chappell goes against Lovell. Lovell nearly tapped it to himself there. Scooped up there by Barnes. Coming over the top was Haythorne. Good stuff by him. Cridland off the ground. Only one man free, however. Yeah, that's in the back line. That was Hamish Gill. Hands it to Caulfield. And now May sends the ball forward. Bouncing ball out in front of Guy Lachlan, and over the line it went.
Both teams are starting to find a bit of open space now. I reckon maybe some tiring bodies coming into play here.
Perhaps, yeah.
Pye throws it in. It was really shallow. Bounced twice before it hit the both ruckmen. Scooped upon there by Vipon. Got the handball away. Little kick there by Chappell. Lux of fortune as the kick goes up towards the wing position, up towards the Prozenak direction. All players fly. It was about 6 in that contest. It came to ground level. Jeffs picked it up and he kicked it straight out of bounds on the full. That'll be a free kick to the Tigers. Right in front of our Homan Brothers boundary riders. So the kick, the long kick there by May. He's a player you wanted in that sort of a situation. Little push at centre half forward. Quick clearing kick went out. It's almost marked there by Livingston, who's been quiet. Over the top of him, Gill had some support. Now here come the Sharks. Little kick off the ground by Prozenak. Gained a valuable 25 metres or so. Then copped one for his troubles from Albs, who pushed him over the boundary line. It's not deliberate. It's not a free. It's a boundary throw-in as we go to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, boys, Prozenak, when he's running, isn't actually moving arm at all. He's just kind of in a prone position.
He came into this with injury concerns. Still weren't certain whether or not he would play this grand final. He's out there and maybe nursing something. Ball into clean space. Trying to hustle for it was Lachlan. just got it forward, but Magnano interposed himself for Park Orchards. Rolling maul of Tigers, 3 of them just trying to force the ball forward. They appeal for deliberate as Park Orchards.
They are not paying deliberate today.
Seek the safety of the boundary line, but no deliberates. No deliberate calls.
Even though it was the definition of deliberate, it's just not going to get paid today.
No, and the ball in's going to have to be recalled here. It went absolutely astray.
I think this boundary umpire needs to probably come in 5 metres or so with that heavy football. There's a couple of times it's been shallow.
That's better. Well,
sort of.
Marginally. Handball inside forward 50 for Mitcham. And the kick was in hope, but Haythorn ends up intercepting. Clearing kick for Park Orchards now. Chappelle was the target. Coming across was Nick Hallow. Keppel there. Scripted it up. Elms, however. Oh, great kick. And the opportunistic mark taken by Parenti.
And I suppose if you want a guy kicking for goal, this is the guy that you probably trust the most to put a major through on a day like today.
Set 43 goals for the day.
I think he's
going
to
go for the snap here, I think.
Yeah, he won't be going with the straight drop punt.
No. Just trying to clean the mud off the ball a little bit. Maybe to get a bit better purchase on it. This for Mitcham's second. An important one in such a low-scoring game. Moments like this are golden! And that is golden for Mitcham. Parenti kicks his first for the day. And they extend their lead.
Every goal's like gold in this game at the moment.
And coming from someone like Jake Parenti, it's going to be absolutely massive. Brash with some scores.
On the stroke of half-time, East Ringwood 4-5-29, leading Roval 3 behind.
Oh, goalless first half for the Hawks. We know conditions are tough. You just saw the ball. That ball just got taken by the wind as well. It started out wide and you thought, will it curl back? And then it curled back so far it nearly didn't... You almost hit the post. The umpire throws it back up. It's in the middle here. It's a very handy lead of 13 points to the Tigers. As it comes out, Heron got the left boot kick out towards the wing position. Halo was in there. He copped one in the head. He'll get a free kick for that one. No doubt about that. Jackson Halo will wind up now. It's a nice kick too. Goes up towards centre half forward. Went straight through the arms though of Lachlan, who should have taken that mark. He was unopposed. Ball hits the deck and we will have a ball up just inside the arc, for Mitcham. Quick restart here. Lots of plays around the ball. Big fly that time there by Woods. Kick off the ground though by Mitcham. Goes in further. Tried to scoop upon it there was Blakey who laid a strong tackle. Pire's not going to pay anything there. We'll have another ball up, but it's inched closer.
Go on, Josh.
The one positive for Mitcham, both their goals so far have come from stoppages. They've kicked 2 goals straight from it.
Parenti used his body well in the ruck contest, but Stuck's on the mill once again, and we'll have another ball up.
Important 5 minutes here for Park Orchards. They've got a hold here because if Mitcham can get another quick goal, it's going to make it harder for them.
Well, swinging around there was Smythe. He'll go all the way to the top of the goal square, and it carried through for one behind. Every point counts in a game like today as we cross almost the 15-minute mark halfway of this second term of the Division 1 Grand Final. It's 15-1. Park Orchards just really searching for that first goal. If you're enjoying the broadcast on 98.1 Radio Eastern and around the globe, including Japan, Dubrovnik, Gibraltar. They're watching from everywhere this afternoon, including Blair Gowrie as well, as here is Jared Beanland to take us away.
So the kick-in was intercepted in the end by Mitcham. High ball inside forward 50 for them. Placing himself well was Haythorn. Slipped out of his hands. Kick off the ground was a fail by Marrow. Ball on the ground now. Not quite working out. Price Inglis is there.
The one thing I've noticed, Mitcham's sheer weight of numbers around the ball are slowly wearing Park Orchards out a little bit here.
There's the ball up. Tapped down by Woods. They really... I mean, both teams just trying to eke this out of the contest. It really is the muscle that will win out today. Up they go. Woods just got the tap down. Prosenak upended by Hallow. Jackson that was, and now Price Inglis gets the clearing kick. It's going to come straight back though as May on his knees ends up taking the mark. Searching. Pulls the trigger. Pizzazz, I think, was the target. Amir should have taken that mark, and Prunty, he roved it. And the free kick in the tackle. He played on! And that was Jesse Cherry. Great reflexes. He was on it from the start. He knew exactly what was about to happen, laid the tackle, and he could be rewarded with a goal here.
Gee, that was good awareness by Cherry.
Yep.
This could be a really crucial goal here, Josh. In the overall scheme of things here.
This will make it, and I know it's half time, nearly only the second quarter. This is going to make it a very tough ask for Park Orchards, because you are right, Brash. Mitcham they're just wearing Park Orchards out through the stoppages at the moment.
Jesse Cherry, best on ground in the grand final against South Belgrave last year. Marches in, this to put a third on the board for the Tigers. They have done indeed that. They get around Jess Cherry. And Mitcham push ahead 3-21 to 1 behind. The grand final of Division 1, Park Orchards. They're going to need to find a response, and soon.
And that is Mitcham's first goal from turnover this game. Brash, with some scores.
Yeah, East Ringwood 4-5-29. Rove will kick their first goal 1-4-10.
Well, it's basically time on here in the second term. I know the clock on the main scoreboard didn't start till we were a couple of minutes in, and it's currently showing 17 and a half. Little knock over the top there by Woods that time. The Tigers are going forward again. Can they make it 4 in a row? Went straight through the arms there of Marrow. It was picked up by Persis. Persis shoots for goal! And it's Tiger time out here at Tormore. What a second quarter it's been by the Mitcham Football Club. What a clearance it was. And the crowd went right up with that one. And they are off and running, the Tigers, at the moment, boys.
They're just killing them from clearances. I don't know the clearance numbers this quarter, but that's now 3 goals won from stoppage and clearances, Paul.
Clearances are 9-3 the way Mitcham.
They're just getting it done on the inside. The likes of Cherry, Nick Hallow, Jesse Uren, they really are wearing out this
Park Orchard's got to get their hands dirty in the middle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, they need to...
This could be the match-winning 6 minutes of football that Mitcham have played here at the moment.
I mean, they usually call the third quarter the premiership quarter. Mitcham could have summoned that a quarter early. We'll have a secondary ball up from that. No clear clearance for either team. Park Orchards, they're going to need to lift here in the clearances. Is Declan Woods the man to do it? Not against Baglava, not in the evidence of that. Jesse Cherry... He tried to break free, but holding the ball. Park Orchards get a chance here now through Liam Jeffs. That was poor. They really are going to need to find something here in the closing stages of the second quarter. Hickey tackles.
Maybe Park Orchards might want to play I want to break free at halftime because they've been completely shackled here.
They absolutely have. Punch towards the boundary line. He couldn't trap it, could Nick Hallow. And then it was Hickey upended as he kicked it. We'll get another throw in.
I almost feel like that Paris may have to throw the magnets around at halftime to try and generate some scoring opportunities because it's not happening for this side at the moment.
They need more grunt on the inside. They need the bigger body in there.
Absolutely. Jesse Uren lays the tackle after that clearance. Well, the stoppage anyway. It wasn't really a clearance.
They did look a bit light, Park Orchards, when you looked at the two sides when they lined up, like in physical sense.
Yeah, the day definitely doesn't favour Park Orchards. That's the headline. Baglava got the tap down. Jesse Uren whiffs. Another tackle. As the second quarter will draw to a close soon. Ben Warren-Smith, can we get this game going again?
Right in front of Ray Baird's Dominoes on the far side of Tormore Reserve. I knew Lee would like that one as it came out Woods, little fresh air shot. Scrambly kick up towards the half-forward line. They need something. They need a little bit of luck. Can they scramble something as the kick goes in ball? But Jackson Hallow takes the mark. Always serviceable. Waste no time either. got a lot underneath this kick as well. It went 50 metres down the wing position. Pack flies. Little pick there by Baglava. He had support there also. The kick goes forward by May up towards the half-forward line. Parenti was in there, fell over at the crucial stage, paddled it back to Marrow, who scoops upon it. Can he keep it alive? He cannot. And over she goes.
Declan Woods was seen hobbling off there. Hopefully the Boundary boys will keep an eye on that. Brash with some scores though meanwhile.
Half-time, East Ringwood 4-5-29, leading Roval 1-4-10.
Is big result looms out there to see who will play off in the big dance next Saturday at Bayswater Oval. As Mitcham just keep inching closer and closer to the goals, where they currently lead at 4-3-27 to Park Orchards, one behind. Nobody really saw this one coming. Here's a chance for the Tigers again. They just raiding goals out here at Tormore Reserve. Fantastic play there. Martin Smith just scooped upon it from the stoppage and then banged it on his boot. They can do no wrong at the moment, Mitcham.
And not only are they scoring heavily from stoppages, they're getting a wide spread of goal kickers, 5 goals kick, and individual goal kickers, which just shows the strength of this side, Brash.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's just the fact that it's all based on, Josh, the fact that they've just had numbers around every single contest, and the fact that they just can't cope with it, Park Orchards, at the moment.
Here comes the rain again.
Yeah, Andre.
Oh dear. Besto on the boundary line.
Yeah, boys, it's getting very, very dark down here, and as you've just alluded to, the rain is coming down, but yeah, there's some really nasty black clouds above us, so I think we're going to cop it pretty. In fact, we've got hail just coming in as well, so it's all happening down here.
So once again, it's a skirmish inside Mitcham's forward line.
And who said the sunshine was going to last?
Fronty laid the tackle. Oh dear. Oh my word, this is apocalyptic at the moment.
I reckon we'll get snow in a minute.
The
way we're going.
thunder. Hear the thunder as well.
Up we go again. Baglava taps it down. Nick Hallow, what can he do in these tumultuous conditions? Down goes Uran. Chaos reigns. Uran scrags it off the ground into the pocket. Blakey was the first to it. No, it was Amir instead. His kick was smothered. Uran, what can he do? Hands it off. Another handball, chain of handballs by Mitcham. They were just interrupted out at the last moment. As you can see, the chaotic conditions. We'll have a ball up in the pocket.
It reminds me of the Waverley Park, Brisbane versus St Kilda game where Paul Pios kicked a goal and he couldn't even see.
And you can see some of the plays as well. They're just... They genuinely cannot see a single thing at all.
Lovell got the tap down. Haythorne ended up having to tackle another ball up. Isn't this fun?
You'd almost feel like now, Josh, that Mitcham have got an unassailable... unassailable.
Especially if the snow comes sometime soon.
Oh, wow.
Well, Mitcham took the opportunities when they had it to kick the goal when the conditions were actually somewhat serviceable.
Makes me wonder where
Look at the people over on the far side.
Makes me wonder.
God, I hope everyone stays safe.
Makes me wonder.
Side to Besto.
Just staying on the weather theme, boys. I just had a look at the temperature. It's 9 degrees, but the feels like temperature is 3.
The ball was just thrown in and it nearly went back over the line. Oh, shouldn't laugh. Everyone needs to stay safe. We'll probably get record numbers for the stream. Half the crowd might leave at half time.
Well, hopefully that's the case because it's in and out a little bit because I think the Telstra tower being smashed as well. So
yeah, well, we do apologise if you get an interrupted broadcast today. It's lightning's happening out here, everything, and we didn't hear a siren to announce the first quarter. They may as well just blow the whistle and end this quarter as well and get everybody inside, to be honest.
And that one's just gone straight in the air and blown over the boundary.
Yeah.
It's on Dorset Road.
It's on Dorset Road now.
We'll be waiting to go off with that ball.
They're just swapping to the dry ball a little bit quicker.
So free kick going the way of Chapel.
I don't think. Obviously, I haven't been part of the media team in a while. I don't think there's ever been. I've not even seen a grand final with these type of conditions.
Oh, the Noble Park Rover one was.
that was
bad. Chaotic. That was
that
bad.
was apocalyptic.
How about our Blackburn Junior Grand Final that day?
Still having nightmares about that one. The kick goes up by Chapel up towards the wing. Baklava got the big. On 6 to have a mountain lead over the Park Orchards Football Club. What a goal that was. He whacked in the first quarter and then he come through with the goods in the second.
5 of their 6 goals, Mitcham,
been soccer goals, haven't
they've been pretty much soccer goals, but they've come from stoppage as well, which is, we keep saying how much of a strength that is, and it's been on display today. Just that, especially that will to just keep moving it forward as well.
No wonder Chris Curtis is getting excited on the boundary line. That was real Erling Haaland there, spin.
Here we go, back into the centre. Surely the halftime siren is about to blow. Whistle's gone. And the free kick's been picked out to Mitcham. There is the siren as Barton Smith was about to send it forward again. It's halftime in the Division 1 Grand Final. Huge second quarter for Mitcham. They lead 6-3, 39 to Park Orchards, the one behind after a goalless first quarter for both teams. Mitcham have piled on 6 in the absolutely chaotic, tumultuous conditions here at Tormore Reserve in Baronia. We'll be back with the halftime show after the break. See you on the other side.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating life.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And welcome back to Tormore Reserve Division 1 2024 Grand Final, Mitcham and Park Orchards. It's half time here, and it's the Tigers 6-3-39 to Park Orchards, one behind in incredible conditions. Spider, it's been we've had a pretty much a mix of everything throughout the day. Every time we think we're safe, we get another shower, and it changes the game again. But it's been the Tigers, particularly in that second quarter. Blake Tennant also joined us. But the Tigers in that second quarter hit the scoreboard, and now they've got a very handy 38-point lead, which feels a lot more than what it actually is due to the weather.
Yeah, absolutely, Ryan. I think what you've got to understand if you're watching this game, and particularly at the ground, just how these conditions are so difficult to play in. But Mitcham are coping with it far better than what Park Orchards are, because they are cleaner. And they are getting the ball from stoppage and clearance, and they are scoring. They are giving themselves the opportunity to kick the ball long and deep into their forward line, and then they're getting the marks through Parante. But then their other players are putting the pressure on to keep that ball in the forward line, and it's just their efficiency when they've got the ball as well. So they are a far cleaner team when they're transitioning the ball. They're moving the ball forward with forward territory, and their game is just in really good order. And really, hasn't really been since the first 10 minutes of the game where Park Orchards were really on top, because I thought their tackling pressure, particularly in the first quarter, Park Orchards was quite good, because it took a while for the Tigers to get going, and they were really challenged early, and it just took them a little bit of time to get into the game.
Yeah, certainly right, Blake. You were watching that first half as well, and your thoughts on that term and the way the Tigers really got on top?
Yeah, it's just they're the wet weather kings, aren't they? I have to admit, we've seen them twice now, and they delivered against 3 times actually now. They delivered against Park Orchards. That game was pretty much done, by half time. I'm not saying it's done, I'm not saying that, but and they would like that against Montrose too. They are just the wet weather kings at its best right now, and their stars are lifting. You're seeing Parenti doing his business. I think he's kicked 2 or 3 already. Jesse Cherry as well, kicking that one as well. Like, their stars are just lifting them for their premiership, where we know Park Orchards, right? We know Prozenak, he's running on with his shoulder like that all the time.
He just doesn't look right.
He does not look good.
We've talked about this time and again over the last week or two. Like, that's always the risk when you play injured players in big games, and particularly in grand finals. Like, you do get found out. Because we just had the feeling that if he's not 100%, you're rolling the dice, and you're taking that huge risk to whether you're going to get the full complement and game time out of him. And he's really struggling. He just can't get into the game.
I still think even it's easy on retrospect to say maybe not, but I still roll that dice every day of the week.
I know, but I just don't think it's good coaching. I just think you need fit players out there. You can't take injured players into finals. It doesn't work. It happens at AFL level. It happens at community level, country level, and it just time and again we've seen it over the years. It doesn't work. It usually comes off for teams. It doesn't come off very often.
You're right, and looking at the side, it isn't just him that needs lift. There are
They've
a lot of
got to
players.
collectively.
Correct.
Well, I mean, they had that chance to score through Sam Herron, and BWS scored it beautifully. It was like the ball was just sitting in a duck pond, and they they couldn't get the ball through the goals. It was just, but they are just really struggling to move the ball with any purpose.
Yep.
They're thumbly. They're not handling the conditions very well, and I just think their tackling pressure really dropped off from an intensity level in the back half of that quarter. They're second to the ball, and in wet weather, you can't be second to the ball, and that's the scoreboard reflects that.
And Blake, and certainly listening to Neil at the start of the day, it was a couple of key things. One, just territory. It can't be pretty. It's got to be just get it forward and their ground positioning. And they've done that really well. And look, a 38-point lead, as we said, feels a lot more like pretty much a 50 to 60-point lead.
50 to 60 points.
Yeah. Well, the first goal, and when you're down and all that, the first goal is absolutely crucial for Park Orchards. They just need to get that one going, get that over with, and then after that they can just go bang, 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 hopefully. But they've got a lot to work. They've got a lot of work to do if they want to keep in this game, because Mitcham, I feel like they've done all the tough work early because we don't know about the weather and all that. That's not an excuse. But the excuse is they're just getting outplayed by Mitcham Stars across the day today.
You're right, and they've got to come out and
got to be first to contest.
Correct. Yeah. Hit the scoreboard very quickly.
Hit the scoreboard, but you've got to be cleaner in the conditions. It's just that one grab and go. Get it on your boot. Get it forward into the forward, long and deep.
Right.
Give your forwards a chance.
Very quickly.
Just quickly, East Ringwood 4-5-29 to Roval 1-4-10 at half-time.
All right, we're going to go to our last break. Just in one word, Mitcham, do they hold on?
Mitcham's winning the premiership. They've been superb so far, Blake.
Yeah, Mitcham.
All right, we're going to go to our ad break here with the second half ready to come up again. It's Mitcham 6-3-39, leading Park Orchards 1 behind.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo, and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to EFNL Game Day. This is the Division 1 Grand Final. Mitcham versus Park Orchards, and we're here at a torn-up, tumultuous, torrential Tormore Reserve. as Mitcham leads 6-3, 39 to Park Orchards. Just the one behind, goalless for an entire half, the Sharks. Let's see if they can get going as we go down to the boundary line to Brett Beston, braving the conditions.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Neil Winton, and of course, Mitcham coach with me. Neil, what was the message at halftime? I guess more of the same.
Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those days where it's uncomplicated footy. It's really wet and slippery, so just continue to take territory whenever you get the chance, and yeah, more of the same, basically.
The conditions out there absolutely appalling, but you've adapted better. You must be pleased.
Yeah, I'm pleased. But yeah, look, we're only halfway done. Like no reason they can't kick 6 goals in a quarter like we just did if we drop off. So that's a challenge for us to make sure our intensity stays at that same level.
Thanks for your time, mate.
Thank you very much, Brett. And Neil Winton, of course, always good with his time, is Neil.
He's a legend.
Indeed. Brash, you've got some scores for us from the Premier Division
I'll
final.
get one in early. Jared, 3 minutes into the third quarter, East Ringwood 4-9-33, leading Roval 1-4-10.
It could be East Ringwood versus Baldwin in the grand final for Premier Division. Josh?
This first 5 minutes for Park Orchards, if they are any chance to get back into the game, I know it's best unspoken, but they need to kick it to get at least a goal or two inside these first 5 minutes.
That is dead straight, Josh Ward, and it's Ben Warren-Smith that takes underway.
Second half starts now, and it's a chance now for Whitney. She got the flick on, came out, little kick off the ground. Maguire was in there on hands and knees, halo. He got felled upon. The umpire said play on, goes in after it again. We're going to have a ball up, an early stoppage here in this third quarter. 39 plays one. It's a big margin, 38 points in really tough conditions. They need the first couple here. The Tigers, there's absolutely no doubt about that. And they've got the Sharks. The Tigers would like them too, and they've got a chance to go forward here. Free kick back in the middle of the ground. So charging forward now, kick up towards centre half forward. It was knocked away, a little kick off the ground by Park Orchards in towards the middle, picked up by Elms. The big man got the handball away at the crucial stage. Uren, little scrambly kick, it was chopped off by Haythorn, got the quick handball away for Park Orchards, back through the middle, but Jackson Glossop gets underneath it and takes a timely mark. So Mitcham, will they keep the skates on, or will they hold things up and just suck the life out of this game? A little push by Whitnish. It was not necessary at the end of the day. Uren was donning the nice yellow boots. Couldn't see them in the first half. Kicked it forward. So the sun shining. We've gone from hail to sun shining out here. Melbourne at its best. Parente got down low and took the mark just inside the paint and the arc of 50. Now, on his day, he can every much kick this, but he just knows better at this stage, so he just pokes it up in towards the hot spot. Nice fly over the top there by Blakey. Came down, Cherry stole it for the Tigers. Did a little pirouette, and umpire Dan Beard came in and said, too long, too fancy, holding the ball.
Park Orchards to clear. This is Henry Amir. As the Park Orchards class strips are starting to look a bit more like their home jumpers, given all the mud. Down the line goes Amir.
It's a nice class strip.
It is quite nice, isn't it? I do enjoy the Park Orchards white strip. I don't generally like white jumpers, just as a personal preference. Gee, that was a bad turnover. Alex Barton-Smith got in the way in the corridor. His kick was a little pedestrian, but it sat up for Lachlan. Lachlan inside forward 50, running for it is Parenti. Can the Tigers get the first on the board? And the second half, not quite. It was just a little too narrow. The snap by Parenti. One behind. Mitcham moved to 40. Park Orchards, the one behind for themselves.
In these conditions as well, remarkable efficiency in front of goal from Mitcham's to kick 6 goals for.
McLaren Spiteri to bring the ball back in for the Sharks. Going to use the far side, takes off. Kick didn't get a lot of purchase on it, but it might work out okay here. Diving on top of the ball there was Webb. Got a little handball out, but it's stolen by the Tigers. Kick goes goalward up towards the top of the goal square. Getting underneath it. Fantastic mark, Lucas Marrow. Well, he's a tricky little thing at best of times, and he's taken a good mark there, and he'll want to get amongst the goal kickers because they've kicked 6 and he hasn't got one yet.
He's provided a bit of presence inside that forward 50 at times as Lucas Marrow. His pressure's been really good, so good reward for effort if he kicks this one.
Well, they might have Nailed in the bottom of the coffin at the moment, and they might just be adding another nail in here. As Lucas Marrow just weighs it up and snaps around the body, and he makes no mistake and gives a double fister to the crowd to celebrate. That's goal number 7 now for Mitcham, and they are running away with this grand final in Division 1 out at Tormore Reserve. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they lead by a very handy margin. 7 goals now on the board. Parente is the only major goal kicker. He's kicked 2. The rest are singles. They're spreading it around, Brash.
They certainly are. 8 minutes into the third quarter. East Ringwood 5-9-39. Roval 1-4-10. Worrying times here for Roval.
I wonder why Ray Baird's been quiet.
He'll be probably pretty quiet tonight too, I reckon.
Back into the centre. Mitcham picking up exactly where they left off in the second quarter. Keppel went high. Got the clearance himself. Bouncing ball inside forward 50 for the Orchards. But Mitcham with the first 2 at Maguire. His handball just went into space. Heron hacked it off the ground out in the full. Pure territory there by Heron. That's all he was thinking, it seems. Zach Elms to take the free kick under the scoreboard. That is a painful read for any Sharks fans, no doubt. Up they go. The pack formed. Jackson Hallow, front and centre, gets a tumbling ball forward once again. Territory, but this time Lachlan scoops it up, handballs it in front of himself. Interposing himself was Webb, ended up getting tackled, kicked down the line by Spiteri, nearly marked by Park Orchards. Jackson Hallow's there, but he sees it over the line. Will be another ball in, 5 minutes into this third quarter. Mitcham, of course, going for back-to-back premierships in Division 1. Huge achievement if Neil Winterton and his boys are able to do that. Keppel got the body position in the end, but tackled heavily.
Yeah, got slung up. It got slung away. Easy free.
And a free kick to Kane Keppel.
Maybe he's the spark that Park Orchards needs. Kane Keppel in ruck. Don't mind that move from Paris Harvey.
They'll take it wherever they can get it as Keppel goes inside forward 50, getting down and marking it nicely. There was Heron, who's going to pop it up to the goal square, going to get it right to the hot spot. The big fly over the back. It comes down. Whitnish got a toe poke on it. Little kick off the ground by Jeffs, I think it might have been, and it's gone through for a goal. Park Orchards finally are on the scoreboard, and maybe this is the run that might just get them going. Couple in a row here, get them back into the contest, get the confidence levels up high, and you never know what can happen, boys.
Just trying to figure out who exactly that was. It was either Jeffs or Whitnish, I would have said. We've got one on the screen there, actually, I think.
Got a feeling it might be Jeffs.
Mark one down for Liam Jeffs then. His
Yeah, let's just go with what I actually commentated.
Not to second guess,
bloody 10, 15 seconds of nothing. I wanted special comments to come after that. I kicked their first goal, guys. Ball back in the middle.
Where's the spark? Is it here for Park Orchards? Kick off the ground by Mitcham, though. Cherry gets it forward to centre half forward now. Bouncing ball idly into the arc. Scooped up. Lachlan. Could he shut the resistance down for Park Orchards? Yes! Quick response by the Tigers.
That was really smart play there by Lachlan. Didn't try to kick the cover of the ball. Knew the fact that the ball, if he had it gone for it, was going to go off the side of the boot, and he's just trickled it through beautifully.
They've just kicked. All their goals have just been from really smart plays, not looking to just go on that tear. You're right, Brash. Obviously, there's been plenty of scores from kicks off the grounds, but still, this is a really. The second and start of this third quarter from Mitcham, they've played some really good footy. They've played some Premier Division footy.
Boundary.
Best on the boundary line.
That was the shortest comeback in history, boys.
Was.
Good to see Besto's got some spark back, because when I saw him walk into the van at half time, I've never seen a man look so disgusted in my life.
What, did he have a face of thunder, did he?
Poor guy sat out in the hail.
Well, it did match the weather conditions, didn't it?
Kick goes forward now, up towards centre half forward. Chance of Park Orchards once again. Ball's going to hit the deck, and we're going to have a ball up.
No, the boundary riders have done a real good job under horrific conditions so far today.
Nice England by you, Brash, as it comes in over the top there. Baglava got it down. Whitnish threw it away in the end. Picked up by Hickey. Little kick up towards the half-forward line. Prosenak tried to claim the mark. He's not impressed it wasn't paid. He thought it went the required distance. Umpire said, no, siree. Umpire throws it straight back up. Good play there just to keep the ball moving up towards the wing position. Getting underneath it, though, there was Amir. Couldn't quite pull the mark off. Little kick off the ground. And second again there by Barton Smith. Another third kick off the ground by Parente. Diving on the football there was Cridlin, though, for Park Orchards. He had support in Haythorn. He's brought to ground. And we will have a ball up across centre half forward.
Important little touch by Cridlin there. Mitcham could have been out. There was no one forward of the ball for Mitcham, mind you. Tapped down by Chappelle will result in another ball up.
This game is genuinely reminding me of the Richmond Tigers in that 2017 to 2020 period. They're playing like Richmond and Mitcham. And our media manager appreciates it.
Yeah, the good old days.
The kick off the ground, that was, if the Prosnack one wasn't 15, then that definitely
that went
wasn't
about
either.
4 metres.
I know. Caulfield took the mark, though, and his kick was to a 2-on-1 situation. Cherry couldn't overcome those odds.
Yeah, one of my highlights this afternoon, Josh, is that magnificent cornflake crunchy that I got from the Baronia ladies with the beautiful snacks that they've given us this afternoon. It was magnificent.
They treat us well out here, do the Baronia Football Club.
Yeah.
I don't see no snacks.
Here they are.
Well, Mitcham go forward from this one. Park Orchards were about to break away, but the Tigers said no sirree. Shut the door in their face, and here they come again. Tackle after tackle. Kicks it towards the pocket, though, did Marrow. Jackson Hallow was out there, challenged, off the ground. Goodness me, could this be another one? No. One behind to the Tigers. 10 minutes gone in this third quarter. 8-4-52 to 1-1-7. Grand final day of Division 1 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, of course.
Sammy Heron to bring the ball back in for the Sharks. Wants to unload with a barrel. Ended up being a mongrel pump, but it carried 50 metres or so. Prozenak at the back got the handball away, but threw it away by Dan Beard. Right on the mark there and saw it clear as crystal. So free kick going the way of the Tigers, and Nick Caulfield thought he'd get the free kick, and instead it's going back further. Riley Nicholas on the left, goes inside forward 50. Goes over the back, picked up there by Parente. Handball went nowhere. Cridlin was there, got boot to ball just in the nick of time. Out towards the wing position, bouncing football right near the Dominarians out there. Player's going to come in and bounce this one.
I sort of feel that with Park Orchards, I don't think they've got the players anymore, Josh, that are going to make a difference in this game. Paris can throw the board around as much as he like, but I just don't see them having any impact.
Yeah, Michael Prozenak, he does not look like he's moving well at all, especially with that shoulder. Kane Keppel, he's looked like he could light it up, but it's just they're tiring. Is this Park Orchard side?
Speak of the devil, Prozenak went chasing, and then kicked it off the ground, and I think that might have been paid in danger, or has it gone out of bounds on the full? Either way, it's going to be a free kick to the Tigers.
And when you're forced to play your two key forwards up the ground to try and create something, that makes it near impossible to kick a score.
Caulfield, a few players going for barrels out here at the moment. Little kick off the ground there by Uren. It was a bit of a fresh air shot in looking for Barton Smith, who's kicked a goal. A little bit of argy-bargy in the background, sees the ball and a stoppage out on the far side.
Ball in hand is Alex Barton Smith, so free kick's been picked out from that actually, as the snacks get passed around and dropped. No disaster.
That one's for you, Josh.
But
we'll save it for Bina.
That just shows you how good a hands I've
a
got
nice
as
piece
well.
of caramel fudge for you there, Jared. I'm sure you're
lovely.
enjoying.
Well, our stats man.
No, it's all Paul's now. That's okay.
Bad luck.
As the ball found its way over the boundary line once again, after that passage of play.
Gee, the way those cakes went around, it was better play than what I've seen on the ground this afternoon.
faster movement than out there. Tap down, Park Orchard's favour. Inside forward 50, just ricocheted now into the hands of the Sharks. Flynn Maguire's got himself back there. In goes Allen. Plays the tackle. Ball up. Park Orchards, they're going to need to scrag something from this stoppage here. This is imperative if they're any hope of winning this game. But Mitcham will rebound. Oh, straight into the hands of Liam Webb. He gets the tumbling ball forward. It's a mess. Kick off the ground by Park Orchards. I thought that was... Yeah, it must have been smothered there.
Well, I guess you've got to try something, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that's how Mitcham have been doing it. Back up they go. Keppel gets the tap down. Ball just thuds to the ground in the mud. Another tackle laid. Maguire's done well.
Good to see G-Mac there in the background, sitting on the fence. One of the favourite sons of the Mitcham Football Club, does a mountain of work behind the scenes, and he'll be enjoying his afternoon. G'day, G-Mac.
He's just sitting there saying this is no MCG of the East.
Brash with some scores.
Yeah, 18 minutes into the third quarter. East Ringwood up by 6 goals. East Ringwood 6-10-46, leading Roval 1-4-10.
Could be lights out for the Hawks, as kicking it from the scrimmage was Alex Magnano, but he pushed it across the face and out in the full it goes.
That was certainly an opportunity for Magnano to just provide a little bit of spark for Park Orchards, but not to be.
Hamish Gill will use the near side, and the kick goes out. Big fly going up there and taking a mark. Keppel unopposed in the end, so he's on the painter 50. Still 2 kicks from home. Goes short. He was looking for Prozanak. It fell short. Went straight into the arms there of Whitnish. Big man was Baglava was in there as well. Cherry came in for support, and we'll have a ball up. Let's go to Paul Yaconi.
The inside 50s in this quarter have been level 7 apace.
So Baglava got the knockout. Straight into the arms of Hickey. Couldn't do anything about it. Getting down, Nick Halo did really well to get down, get up, got the handball away, but it was chopped off, going nowhere. Keppel hands the ball back to the umpire. He used his body well, Keppel, that time in the stoppage. Went after it again. Hickey was there. Keppel went after it again. Little kick off the ground almost by Whitnish, but he stubbed his toe at the crucial stage. Players wrapped up everywhere. That's Parente, who's come a long way from goals, down to lend support. Across the half-back line. He might get a go at it now. In the front spot, though, Cridlin did well. A sling tackle by Vipond, which is unnecessary. And he's going to give away a free kick going the way of Nick Caulfield.
Tell you what, in games like this, it's really hard to identify who's been the best player so far, isn't it?
And especially with Mitcham, there's just been so many standouts. The one standout for me, when the game was there to be won, Nicholas Caulfield in defence. I thought he was really strong.
I thought the ruckman, Baglava, early.
Yeah, I was thinking Baglava, to be honest. Mitcham got it forward. Trying to give the don't argue was Nick Hallow, and it was a high fend-off by the looks of it. So Park Orchards get an opportunity here. Ball's on the near side, as Jacob Vipond will receive the free kick. Tries to go towards the corridor. Webb gets the handball off. Gee, dropped it in Mason Blakey. Had time to pose himself and recover the ball. Kicks it forward. Diving was Flynn Maguire.
Well, he nearly hit Flint. Blakey actually pinpointed that pass to Maguire, who nearly marked it on the turnover.
Dear, oh dear. Keppel flew. Hallow got the clearance. That was Nick Hallow. Blakey put himself in the way. Intercept muck for Park Orchards. And once again, just nearly hitting up, directly hitting up a Mitcham player. That time it was Riley Nicholas, but he ended up getting tackled. Ball up. 17 minutes gone in this third quarter. Mitcham lead 53-7. The grand final is just about theirs, you would say, and a spot in Premier Division and a back-to-back flag as well, if you don't mind, for the Tigers. We'll have another ball up, though.
Bit of a trend happening with that at the moment in the league, isn't there?
Indeed. Back-to-backs everywhere. So Park Orchards just get the clearance. Tracking it will be Jackson Hallow.
The only club that wouldn't want to be reminded about that would be Donvale.
Yeah, well, heart goes out to them after a dominant year.
Don't be so sincere, Josh.
I'll try my best.
Yeah.
Oh dear. We're starting to lose our marbles a little bit here, as Park Orchards never had them. Kane Keppel nearly swung at it. Mitcham pile on again. Tackle laid by Park Orchards on Elms. That was Heron just trying to get something going for the Sharks. Keppel this time just hacks it down the throat of Uren. Kicks it to centre half back for the Tigers. Tracked there. No, not by Park Orchards. The kick went out by Mitcham, and the intercept mark's been taken by Liam Webb.
So Webb gets back and then thumps the ball forward. They need a go. A big fly there by Keppel. It went straight through his mitts, came down. Halo was there, and he got wrapped up quickly, and we'll have a ball up. 19 minutes almost tick over on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's a huge margin, 46 points away of the Tigers. No one really saw this one coming. It came down. Jeff's got the handball away to Prozanak. It was hospital styles because he got quickly wrapped up, and we'll have a ball up.
They haven't. I mean, I know they've kicked a goal, but Park Orchards, whenever they've gone in there attacking 50, they haven't looked like scoring at all.
No, they never get clear space, not at all. They're not hitting up targets there either.
And
I mean, hard day to do that, obviously.
And that's because of Mitch's number around the contest. That's been the common theme right throughout the contest this afternoon. 2 and 3 around the contest, allowing no free space.
Well, they go driving forward again, Park Orchards, and a little kick off the ground that time by Maguire. That was okay. Went straight into the arms of Barnes, who was wrapped up and almost could have been called holding the ball. It was Nick Halo, in fact. I apologise. And umpire Dan Beard, veteran umpire. Umpired so many grand finals in his big career. Prozanak got boot to ball, just scrambled it forward, right forward, pocket boundary throw in front of the Baronia Hawks gazebo. They do such a great job of putting on this event. The Baronia Football Club have done it for a number of years now. Wayne Brasher around the grounds, Premier Division football.
East Ringwood 6-10-46, Roval 2-4-16, 24 minutes into the third quarter.
Oh, do they have something to spark them, the Hawks? We know if we get some text from Raymond, we know that the comeback is on. As the umpire throws it up now, Baglava, who's just been so big today in the ruck, went after it. Keppel went after it as well. Got dispossessed by Uren. Asking for holding the ball. It's a bit stiff to pay it in those conditions today, and we'll have a ball up.
I reckon throughout the final series, First Division have had the worst of all the finals. Weather and the finals conditions this year, it's been terrible for them.
The second week in this grand final as well, in particular, just the torrential mud, and then the second week that wind that really played a factor in obviously getting Mitcham here too today, and in those two finals as well. It's remarkable.
Well, finally, Park Orchards get an opportunity here. Kane Keppel won a free kick out of the ruck contest. Can he kick his first for the day? It's a far cry from his start of the year. 10 goals against Muralbark. He marches in, keeps it low, and I think that was just a miss kick in that situation. Last line of defence, the Tigers are able to rush it through. One behind Park Orchards.
When it's not happening, it's not happening, is it? 3
scores on the board for Park Orchards in 3 quarters. That is not what Paris Harvey would have wanted.
For a side that just is so free-flowing when they're at their best, this is just remarkable.
Huge margin out here, 45 points. As a strong mark was taken by Perses, who kicked a cracking goal off the ground in the second quarter. Goes out towards the wing position. Mark's been taken by Jeff's the only goal scorer for the Park Orchard side. Right in front of his faithful. There's a lot of shark heads out there today, which is cool to see. Kick was just quickly turned over though. Very disappointing. Smythe on the right boot, kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Diving after it was Cherry, who's kicked a couple of goals. He had support from Parente, came in from the side. I said play on, just get the ball out, boys, do what you can, must. And Parente goes after it again, lays a strong tackle. This time it'll be a stoppage on the paint of 50. Now Mitcham's end. Now you can't see a cloud in the sky now.
Remarkable.
With blue skies all around. The Catfish was right, letting us know that it was sunny out his way, and it's come eventually to us. Ball goes up, ball comes down, ball will go up again.
That's just Melbourne. Not just Melbourne, in fact. That's Victoria for you.
Never a dull moment as it scoots out. Nicely done there by Amir. Mitcham, scrambly kick forward. Nicely done. Perses got the handball away. Smythe just tried to break her through a wall. And break through a wall he did not. Free kick going the way of the Sharks.
Forward they go through Mason Blakey. Up the corridor, just trying to find some sort of run, some spark, some intent with ball in hand. Something. As Jeffs tries to crash through. No, Mitcham shut that door yet again.
Not allowing it.
Not at all. And it's definitely a credit to Mitcham, playing to the conditions, playing the contest well. Forward they go. Once again, Mitcham, but it's Park Orchards trying to recover it through a mere tackle laid. Was it without it?
Holding the ball, is it?
Holding the ball or holding the man?
Holding
it was holding the man. And the free kick is going the way of Jesse Smythe.
And there is yet another perfect example of Mitcham's will and their want to move it towards the big sticks and to get rewarded on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and it's not just going to the pockets either. It's going front and centre in front of the goal square, and I think that's where a lot of their goals have opportunistically come from. Short quarter it was, only 24 minutes as Jesse Smythe is lining up on the bell of three-quarter time. Will be his first for the day if he kicks it. 24th for the year. Jesse Smythe to really hammer home the point. No, not quite. As we move into three-quarter time in the Division 1 Grand Final. It's Mitcham 8-5-53 to Park Orchards 1-8. Join us after this for the final quarter and the celebrations of whoever wins this game. Thank you very much for joining us on Eastland Match of the Round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note the wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. Preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private help, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club. When I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back out to Tormore Reserve. It's the final quarter for Division 1 football in the Eastern Football Netball League for 2024. And what a lead it is at three-quarter time to the Mitcham Tigers. They are winning by 45 points. Wayne Brasher, Park Orchards, do they have a yelp?
They've got to have, I reckon they've got something left, but I don't know how much. And look, they need to kick 2 or 3 goals to actually make it look a bit more respectable, because I really don't think that this is really indicative of their year. And And for them, if they end up losing and kicking one goal, it just doesn't look right in the end, does it?
No. Yeah, and it might deflate them, I reckon, for heading into next season if it is just that one goal kick for the game BWS.
Loving the giant heads out in the Mitcham huddle of some of their favourite players out there. But what was really noticeable in that third quarter was that the sting's really just gone out of this game, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. And I think it was that second quarter that really put it to bed for Park Orchards, unfortunately. Yes, they can, if they kick a couple of goals early, who knows? Stranger things have happened. But I just think, yeah, you need to kick a couple of goals just to add a bit of respectability onto the scoreboard, because this wouldn't be the way they want to end their season. Brash, you've got a Premier Division score?
Yeah, three-quarter time, and East Ringwood are in the box seat here. They lead by 38 points. East Ringwood 7-12-54, Roval 2-4-16. Roval are going to have to pull something out of the fire in this last quarter to get back in this contest or even win it, because I think East Ringwood looks like they're heading their way into a grand final.
Marching towards grand final day next Saturday out at Bayswater Oval. It's the big dance, the biggest game in local footy. Let's cross down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Thanks, boys. We've got Neil Winton and, of course, the Mitcham coach, mate. Just a question, I guess, of finishing it off.
Yeah, 30 more minutes, mate. We've played a really good 3 quarters of footy so far, but the job's not done. The boys are hungry, and we've just got to finish the job off.
Your midfield's been colossal, Danny, of course, and the Jessies have been magnificent, but really right across the park, you've just taken control of the game in some pretty trying conditions.
Yeah, mate, it's a slog. We've had a few guys coming off with cramp, which we haven't had for a while, but yeah, 30 more minutes, and I'm sure they'll slog through it.
And you've started to think about next year already?
Oh, God, let me think about the next 10 minutes, please.
All right, thanks, mate.
Great stuff there, Brett Beston having a joke with Neil Winterton, who was it's an opportunity when you're up by this margin to really enjoy the last quarter. Let's cross down boundary side, because I'm sure there was a big message from Paris Harvey to his troops at three-quarter time, Chris Curtis.
Well, boys, surprisingly, it was very calm, but really they were just saying we need to get 1 or 2 early and then just get the momentum going. Every time there's a transition, they just want to flood the field now.
Thanks very much, boys. Boundary side for the last time in Division 1 as we wait for the final spectators and the people who are dragging their feet a little bit just to get off the park and start this final 30 minutes of football. The sun is shining for it. Let's hope it's entertaining. Let's see if Park Orchards can get themselves back into this contest. But at the moment, it is Mitcham leading by 45 points. And here is Jared Beanland to take us away with the final term.
Thank you very much, BWS, as we're just waiting on this one. Park Orchards looking for that spark, looking for something, looking for anything as they look war weary already. 3 quarters gone, 1 to go in season 2024 for both of these teams, of course. The winner, a spot in Premier Division on offering. Park Orchards, if they were to pull something out of the fire, they'd be moving back up there after just 1 year in Div 1, but it looks like if this is all Mitcham's. Lovell goes up, wins the tap. Scooped, however, by Park Orchards. They get the clearance. Prosenak running onto it. He's going to just try and protect the drop of the ball with his body. Got the handball away as well. Magnano now tackled immediately. That was strong by Riley Nicholas. Mitcham, as Neil said, they are hungry. And that hunger will not dissipate, I do not doubt. But the kick was nearly intercepted. Just slipped through the fingers there of Park Orchards. I think that was Heron, I believe. Up we go again. Chappelle versus Baglova. Chappelle now in the ruck from the start. Barton Smith hunted it at ground level, but in comes Duvalin, tackled again by the 2 Sharks. Ball up on the wing. No clear tap down. Duvalin tried to force it forward. Magnano got in the way, broke away, got some space, got the kick down. Keppel nearly met it, but was stifled there. It comes out now to Spiteri. Inside out kick off the outside of the boot, marked by Heron. He's going to send it for opportunity for the Sharks. Now, great use of the body. That was fantastic by Makrikanis. And an opportunity presents itself in the opening couple of minutes for Park Orchards to get something going. This is what Paris Harvey wanted. Alex,
probably their best piece of play all day, Park Orchards, the way they moved that ball.
26 goals for the year. Alex Makrikanis, none more important than this one, you would say. There it is. First goal of the final quarter goes to the Sharks. They move to 2-2-14, Mitcham 5:53, and the ignominy of kicking only one goal in the grand final at least avoided.
Maybe that is the spark that Park Orchards needed, and that's probably Alex Macrocanis' first touch of this game. He's been unsighted so far. Going to need a massive final quarter.
And the Park Orchards crowd were in absolute raptures about it too, weren't they?
Ball back in the middle here. Margin is reduced to 39. Can they get a couple in a row? Ball hits the deck. Little handball out there by Prunty was okay. Scrambly little kick went out towards Magnano, who just... Sun almost looked like it got in his eyes or something as it came out. Slooping upon it was Keppel. Kicked it out towards that man, Macrocanis again. Little handball over the top there by Livingston. Was chopped off nicely by May. Got the handball away to Nicholas. Nicholas, an up and under kick, goes out of bounds on the full. So it'll be Hickey to bring the ball back into play. Kicked it straight into the man on the mark. And just absolute killer, that sort of stuff. As the handball over the top there by Blakey. Series of handballs. They're still alive though. And the umpire is going to pay a throw against. And a great tackle there by Hamish Gill to come in from the side and lay a strong one.
What a great story Hamish Gill is. First season of senior footy this year, and he's slotted in seamlessly into the senior lineup.
The umpire signalled to the boundary umpire to throw it in. I haven't really ever seen that one before. That's why I thought it was a throw. Came in, Tappel got the knockdown, picked up there by Uran, got the handball away to Glossop, who's run over the boundary line and out of bounds. Ball to come back into play. 3.5 gone, final term. 39-point lead to the Mitcham Tigers. It's been a long time between drinks since they played in the top tier division, but it looks like that's going to be happening now. The Park Orchards aren't saying die yet as they kick the ball inside forward 50. He was looking for Keppel. Went up your end, couldn't take the mark. Prosenak lines a strong tackle on Glossop. Hits the deck. Parente's in there. And we will have a ball up. Elms was there as well. Parente's up the other end. I don't know who I got that mucked up with, but anyway, Baglavar went up against a Prosenak, ran onto it, picked up there by Halo, got the quick kick out of the danger zone. Is it going to stay in the line? It will, marked by Matty Haythorne. So certainly they're up and about, Park Orchards, keeping the pressure on, keeping it in their forward arc as Baglavar had the front spot, had the arms chopped, and he receives the free kick.
If Park Orchards are going to do anything, they need to do it quickly.
Tell you what, he's done an absolute sterling job in the ruck this afternoon, Baglava.
He is a monster. Sends it down the line, onto the wing. No clear possession yet. Spiteri got to get it out. Now bouncing ball inside forward 50. Clean ball's a couple. Trapped though by Mitcham. Tackle laid in the end by Livingston it was. Elms was at the bottom of that. Ball up inside at Park Orchards forward 50. No inside 50s for Mitcham yet this quarter. Chappell taps it down. Wrapped up though was the Mitcham defender there. Muddle over his back. That one was Jackson Glossop. He's played a good game, Glossop, so far. Chappell gets it down now. Trying to burst through was Whitnish. That was stifled. Another ball up. Brash in the score centre.
7 minutes into the last quarter. East Ringwood 8-12-60 leading Roval 2-4-16.
Price Inglis couldn't clear it. Ended up with Mitcham. Another ball up. Stacks on here as Park Orchards just trying to find a bit of fight here. If it's not on the ball, then it's after the ball's been killed.
I'll say this about the Mitcham defence. They have stood tall all day long, and whenever it's been in their defensive half, they've not allowed Park Orchards any opportunity.
Chappell trying to throw his weight around in the ruck now. Ball at ground level. No clear winner. And Mitcham now trying to wrench a Park Orchards player off Zach Elms as Elms earned the free kick, and he'll clear it. Have Park Orchards got the wall set up? Well, spoiled over the line now, and a throw in on the wing. Stoppage after stoppage once again. This is familiar stuff, and a ball in on the wing.
Try to bring it back now. Going up is Chappell over the back, got the little knockdown. Overrunning the football there was Whitnish. Little kick, a little fresh air shot that time by Smythe. hard to get this ball out, hard to get a bit of a run on. The ball's hardly gone in the forward arc there for Mitcham in this term. What are the inside 50s looking like, Paul Yaconi?
The inside 50s this quarter are 4 to zip the way of Park Orchards.
Yeah, it seemed that way as the little kick goes in towards the middle of the ground. Once again, bangs it on his boot. Heron up towards centre half forward, over the back. A little handball out to Glossop. Got the quick hands away again. Scrambly kick by the defence of the Tigers. Get it out of that half back line. Little kick off the ground though by Spiteri. Sends it back in for the Sharks. Picked up by Elms. He got boot to ball. Only went about 5 metres or so. Diving down there was Prunty, who received a free kick. Got the handball away, but the umpire said no advantage. So Prunty reloads, kicks the ball inside forward 50. The pack forms over the back. Cherry was there, didn't want to pick it up, so just kicked it off the ground to gain meterage. Hickey went after it for the Sharks. Nicely done there by Cherry to chase after it again. Got a linking handball to Vallon on the right boot, kicks it along the wing position. Here's a little bit of space. Which way's this one going to favour it? Charging after it there was Cridlin right on his hammer. Parenti did really well. Somehow won the football, kicked it up towards the half forward line. Matty Haythorne, though, for Park Orchards, gets underneath it and takes the mark and kicks it away.
Contest on the wing. 0-0 draw for the moment. Wrapped up. Park Orchards just holding it up there. Mitcham lay the tackles. 8 minutes into the final quarter, 53-14. Park Orchards need a run on to get anywhere in this game. Macrocarnis thrown into the centre by the looks of it to get his hand on the ball in some way, shape or form. Chain of handballs nearly started there from Connor Hickey, but over the line, Mitcham providing the pressure. They haven't let up.
That's probably his first touch today. Connor Hickey hasn't been sided at all. None of these Park Orchards forwards have. It's
a disappointing day, no doubt. Macrocarnis kicking it off the ground. Away they go. Nick Hallow got in the way, over the line again. They're tracking the outer side boundary line here.
Right in front of the Dominoes.
Yep. The Dominoes looks like they've fallen today, unfortunately. One by one. Chappelle got the tap behind him. That was excellent. But no, they're not getting anything going, Park Orchards. Mitcham's pressure has just not relented.
No clean ball at all for Park Orchards this afternoon.
No.
Have not been able to hit a target in their forward 50. It's basically Mitcham have done everything right this afternoon.
Boundary line with Brett Baston.
Just keeping an eye on Riley Nicholas. He's come off the field looking like he'd been shot. I think he's just got cramp. He was really, really sore when he came off. They look like they're doing some sort of cramp-type stretching, so we'll just keep an eye on him, but he's in a fair bit of pain at the moment.
Mason Blakey's kick went a shallow inside 50 for Park Orchards. Herons at the ground level and was tackled. Ball up.
Oh, well, he's got 6 months to get over those cramps, isn't he?
And even when they're getting clean possession, Park Orchards, they're spilling it at the wrong time.
Yeah, and Haythorne's kick I thought was really poor as well. He had a clear possession and just decided to kick along the ground. Anyway, the tackles continue. Mitcham through Uren, clear it, running onto it. I think this is Barnes, kicks it off the ground, and
kicking in danger.
It was kicking in danger. Gee.
Tripping.
Or tripping in fact, and Barnes will take the free kick.
Roval have got one back. Roval 3-4-22, trailing East Ringwood 8-12-60, 12 minutes into the last quarter.
Huzzah.
You see Uren just fell over. Picks himself up. Kick went straight down the throat there of Hickey, who dropped what he should have taken, got the Bronx cheers, but had time to pick himself up and get the kick up towards the half-forward line. The Pond was chasing after it. Ball goes over the boundary line in front of a very happy Mitcham Tigers dugout.
But even then, Hickey, when he ran in and delivered that ball, he actually couldn't find a target, and he kicked it to 3 Mitcham players.
Pye throws it in now. Chappell did well over the back. Got the double fister, looking for a running player to come onto it. Oh, nicely done by Hickey. Got the kick up in the air, but went nowhere. Charging after a good tackle, Whitney. She'll force a stoppage and we'll have a ball up centre half forward. Park Orchards really struggling to hit the scoreboard today. 2-2-14. Mitcham 8-5-53 with a 6-goal. Powerful second quarter in the hail, mind you. The sunshine's come out and we can't buy a goal. Over the boundary line she goes for a boundary throw in almost along the wing here, broadcast side.
How much is it for a goal? I've got some money in my wallet.
Well, how much money do you have?
What's the asking price?
Oh, no. Well, you've had a trip over to Europe, so we'll start calling you moneybags as it comes in now. Little knock over the top there. Webb chased after it. I know you worked hard to get that, Jared, so that's all right.
He's going to give it to you in drachma, you know that.
I do have a question to pose. I wonder what the lowest score in a grand final is, in recent history at least.
Lowest aggregate score between the two teams?
Or just the lowest score in general.
I remember Mooralbark was pretty poor against East Ringwood a couple of years ago.
Yeah, they kicked 2-7-19, I think it was, against East Ringwood.
And that was just an East Ringwood domination. I think they nearly won by 100 points that day.
We put a call out to the Catfish to see if he can do some research in the background as it comes in now. Magnano thumps it on his boot inside forward 50. This is where it sort of lived for most of this quarter. Caulfield picked it up. He's wrapped up by Livingston, and we'll have a ball up.
Guaranteed Besto would have been calling that blowout.
Wouldn't have surprised me. With his luck. Bagliva taps it down. Ground level ball. Zach Elms just trying to extract himself, really, but nothing doing there.
It all came back to Besto last week, though, with that classic. Surrey Park grand final.
We gave him six close games that whole weekend.
So, Mitcham with the clearing kick. Park Orchards attempting to win it back. Nothing doing there. Aaron sees it over.
But he just struggles to get a few in a row, our Besto. He comes out here today and then gets hailed on.
Davis Harrigan's also confirmed that score 19 was the lowest he's seen in some. I seem to recall him mentioning the other day 300,000 photos he reckons he's taken in since doing photos for the EFNL.
Wow. Inside 50 from Liam. Javs towards the top of the goal square. Elms places himself better than his opponent. You think a kick off the ground? They're just going to force it over the line of Mitcham. Not letting Park Orchards get anything going at all. 14 minutes gone in this final quarter. Mitcham 53, Park Orchards now 15. And kicking it in will be the Tigers.
Well, we'd like to see a few celebration goals because this game is certainly over and Mitcham are going to be premiers. There's no doubt about that. There's just clearly not enough time now left in this game for Park Orchards to manufacture a run, a scare, a spark. But they have been pushing really hard. Their aim will have no doubt been to win this quarter. And that's probably the most you can ask for a side who's done so well for the whole year. And since coming into this league, they've really stamped their authority on the league through a wonderful juniors program and working their way through the under-19s and the reserves. They're a successful football club, there's no doubt. And they'll be able to bounce back from this, but this is going to be some sort of a story with the Mitcham Tigers going back up into the Premier Division where they belong as well. And I think they'll be able to hold their own as well. All of a sudden, they start to become that type of destination club out there around those familiar suburbs with their neighbours. Those local rivalries are going to kick right back into play, aren't they?
A bit like East Ringwood in recent years.
Well, I mean, we were speaking off air before, Brush. They could finish 5th to 7th in Premier Division.
Yeah, quite easily.
So, yeah.
Be a free kick.
Looking forward to a Mitcham Blackburn game at some point.
Mitcham Vermont too.
Let's go to Besto.
Just confirming, Wiley Nicholas is back on, boys.
Thanks, mate. As it comes in now, so it was smothered there by Jackson Halo. Got the handball away. The kick has just fallen in the line.
And if you ever wanted to know how that smother basically epitomises Park Orchard's performance this afternoon, it just hasn't worked at all for them.
Can't take a trick.
No, it has not.
High throws it in. Still a lot of plays around this ball.
I'm still, with regards to the best player in the ground, there hasn't really been one player, so that's why I think Bagliva's done such a wonderful job in the ruck.
Well, here's a go for them. The first chance to go forward. Lachlan kicks it inside forward 50. It's a race that ensures over. Blakey overran the ball and the ball ran away from him. Then he picked it up, got a handball away. Little kick off the ground there by Lachlan. Goes in towards the pocket. Can Parente just do something miraculous right to the goal line? Oh, holy moly, that would have been something special to ignite the crowd because they're all down there in the yellow and black scarves behind the goals down there. But they get the behind. They've got a score here in the final term, 8-6-54 to 2-3-15.
That was nearly a Bruce McAvaney moment, wasn't it?
Delicious. I was ready to rock the caravan. There's no doubt about that.
I know Chris Curtis would be happy with all that play.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's been a soccerman's day, hasn't it? As the kick-in for Park Orchards went wayward. They lost track of it somewhere down the line, and it's over the line for a boundary throw-in, just at the junction of the arc and the boundary for Mitcham's inside 50, that is. Bagliver in the ruck contest. Bit of an ill draw from the from the stoppage. Heron tried to wrench it away well after the whistle had been blown.
Tried that a couple of times today, Bad Glover, tried to kick it out of the ruck contest.
So Hickey goes again. He was the one that rushed that behind before.
One thing's for sure, whilst Mitcham will be celebrating, there'll be some very, very tired and sore boys tonight.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
See, I don't think I'd want to be last in the showers either. I don't think there'd be much hot water left.
Nah, there
So in it goes. Bagliver taps it down. Park Orchards, though, with the clearance. Good mark taken out there by Price Inglis.
I reckon there'll be 3 slabs drunk in the showers this afternoon.
Oh, the old shower beer. Free kicks given away to McLaren Spiteri as Park Orchards continue to go forward. Again, the kick doesn't really work out. They're just going to try and shovel it forward. Prunty couldn't handle it quite. No, he actually got it up. Now to Vipond. Keppel. Kick inside 50. Can there be a mark? Alex Barton-Smith spilt it. Uren went in there and was tackled.
They're showing really good character, Park Orchards, when the game has been lost, just to keep their heads held high and keep pushing, keep trying to win this last quarter. They're doing a really good job of it, and that shows a lot of class.
Yeah, you can't ask much more for what they're doing.
And that'll hold them in really good stead next year as well. They'll grow a lot from this experience as well, given it is their first grand final in a long time, and they can definitely hold their heads up high, especially with this final quarter.
Matter of pride for the Sharks to try and get one through. They won't. Mitcham with the numbers as if they've had all day. Nearly with a clearing kick, but Park Orchard's able to hold it up. Price Inglis takes it over the line. We'll be ticking into time on soon, and the celebrations will be beginning. It will be Tiger time at Tormore Reserve very, very shortly.
High throws it in now. Little knock over the back there by Keppel. Goes across towards centre half forward. It was picked up by Webb, who slams it on his boot into the left forward pocket. Do they have players there available? No, Caulfield's laying a strong tackle.
We've hit time on in the last quarter at Bayswater. East Ringwood up by 6 goals, 8-12-60. Roval 3-6-24.
I've also been corrected by Davis Harrigan. It was 320,000. I was a tad off, apparently.
How nice of
1,000 here or there. You know.
Yeah. Can't forget those 20,000 photos. That's a lot of photos.
Big knock by Keppel. Came out, picked up by Nicholas. Spun around on a throop and get the kick away. And ball brought to ground, and we'll have another ball up.
Yeah, I reckon maybe another 4 or 5 minutes at tops, I reckon.
Yeah. Here's hoping.
But you'd like it a bit sooner, would you, Jared?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Jared went home. Quarter by the sounds of it.
You've gone pretty unlucky, Jared, with your 2 grand finals.
That's okay. Yeah, 3 goals to Whitehorse in one and 2 goals to Park Orchards in next. But that's okay. You can't have it all your own way.
Gill went out wide. It was kicked by Halo. It was smothered, though, still across the half-forward line. What a quarter Keppel's having for the Sharks. Probably their best player today. Drives the ball inside forward 50, looking for Macrocanis. Couldn't quite win the football. Good second effort, and we'll have a ball up 25 metres out from the Park Orchards goals.
I think, once again, what's proven this year, if you finish in the top 2 and everything goes right, you're meeting off in the grand final, because in all divisions, bar Division 4, it's been 1v2 playing off in the grand final. Whitehorse were the only exception. They finished 3rd.
To ball this one back up. Today's broadcast brought to you on 98.1 Radio Eastern and, of course, YouTube and Facebook right around the globe. We've had many people text in from which country they're watching from today. We've hit about 7.
Nice.
So, which is great as it comes in now. Sharks up towards the top of the goal square. Who can be the flyer? Makrakanis was in there. He'll go after it again. He was brought to ground by Caulfield, who's been really solid today. Hospital handball went towards Allen. It was stolen, though, by Nick Halo, who drives it out of that danger zone. They'd love a couple of celebration goals just to put the icing on the cake, wouldn't they, the Tigers? We'd love to be able to get excited about something in this final term as well.
Well, I think especially with someone like a guy Lachlan, he seems like the type of guy that wouldn't mind a bit of a celebration.
You would think so.
I mean, how is it for... And the thing is, too, these are the honeymoon moments for a coach.
Yeah.
In the last 10 minutes of a grand final, when everything's come to a plan and it's worked out, and he's just sitting there just thinking, yep, this is it. We've done it again.
Yep, Jackson Halo sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
And it's just remarkable what they can do in finals as well, Mitcham. This is now 10 wins from 13 games in finals since 2019.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable record.
It is.
In the modern age.
Kick off the ground there by Marrow. To no avail, though. The kick goes inside forward, 50 again. Over the back, looking for Woods for the Park Orchards. He's unable to pick it up. But we will have another stoppage just for something a little bit different. As it comes out now, Elms. Little kick goes up and under. He was looking in there for Blakey, who did really well on the second effort. Little kick off the ground. It was picked up, though, by Magnano, who kicks it to the top of the goal square.
Oh, May, well done.
But a fantastic mark by May, who had Makrakanis coming in from the side, who maybe helped him hold on to that mark a little bit. Gave him a little hug for his troubles, and his kick goes out. Straight into the arms there of Smythe, who dropped it, but it came over the back. And here's Barnes. Barnes this way, that way. Little handball away. He's okay. Scrambling kick. Players asking for deliberate. That's not going to happen. Right in front of us here in the broadcast position. A boundary throw in. And the scores are 54-15, Jared Beeland.
Could have paid it just for fun, I thought. The deliberate that was. In it goes again. Taken straight out of the ruck by Chappelle, but he lost handle of it as he tried to kick it. Baglava ended up with it, his direct opponent.
Final scores out of Basie yet, Brash?
No, it's still 36 points to the good of East Ringwood.
Lots of smiles in front of us, and good on the supporters for sticking around. Both Mitcham and Park Orchards, after some horrible conditions, they've been rewarded with some more sunshine, and the Tigers supporters have been rewarded with an historic day here. Back-to-back premierships for Mitcham. And there's the pressure that's been there all day. As Mitcham, the supporters celebrating now every moment.
I reckon I got a final.
Oh, go on.
East Ringwood into the grand final. 8-12-60 defeated Roval 3-6-24. 6-goal victory to East Ringwood.
Right onto the Roos.
Indeed. Calls of ball. I could just let the crowd commentate the game at this point. They are finding their voice. Okay, maybe not.
Maybe we can recruit them for the media team next year. We could have the alternate EFNL. You know how they have the SEN.
The Bizarro.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Goal to your end, perhaps. No, it was just on offering. Mason Blakey killed the party. One behind to Mitcham.
Tiger Radio?
Tiger Radio, maybe.
I know.
No, alternative EFNL radio.
It sounds a lot better than Tiger Radio.
Yeah.
Well, we'd love to see them kick one of those final goals, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. Hickey takes the mark from the stoppage, and an up and under kick, though. So it will come back.
I'll tell you who'd be absolutely perfect for that job. Our leading Montrose specialist, Blake Tennant.
Fantastic.
That would make his day.
Nicholas goes forward, ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds.
I mean,
master of ceremonies is our Blake Tennant.
He's done a good job, Blake. He
has. Unfortunately, he stuck off, actually.
Yeah, he's done a runner, has he?
Yeah.
Step up, Ryan Long. As it comes in now, no pressure. As it comes in over the top there, can they get something going? Kick goes out towards Cherry. That's a siren! The Tigers roar to Premier Division in 2025. They are premiers this year. They just love a final series, don't they? They love a grand final. They win them all. What a performance it was today. It was a dour struggle for 3 quarters, but they broke the backs of Park Orchards in that second term with a 6-0 burst. Fantastic win by the Mitcham side today.
Yeah, fantastic effort by Mitcham Football Club. Their record in finals is just second to none, and once again, that second quarter, normally it's the third quarter, that's the premiership quarter, but they decided to do it 1 quarter early and make it the second quarter and basically put the result beyond doubt at half-time.
What an entire game, though, from Mitcham, and you might be able to see on Facebook and YouTube, they're certainly getting up and about out here at Tormore Reserve, and you can understand it's been such a long time for this powerhouse of a club in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne that they've been away from the Premier Division. They now return to it. Their rivalries renewed against Vermont, against Blackburn, against all of these sides. It's exciting times if you're a Tiger fan.
And what a resume Neil Winton is building.
4 times now.
Goodness me.
He's coming into his own, and I'll tell you what, he's going to be a really hard coach to coach against next year with his
He's got
side.
the keys to Mitcham now, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
The mayor of Mitcham. And there's no better man to lead that team as they move their way up the divisions to go and play Premier Division football.
And what a job Matt McCubbin has done behind the scenes.
He's a legend, Matt McCubbin.
The committee, all the tireless hours they would have put through ever since 2008 when they were on the verge of falling to Division 4.
Well,
now
actually, they were probably close to near extinction, I
Yeah.
reckon. They were.
It's people like Matt McCubbin who have just put in tireless amounts of effort, doing multiple roles in the earlier days of his presidency, and being the youngest president in the league at the time, and putting his hand up to basically try and save the football club. And they've just gone from strength to strength, where they've got facilities that are some of the best in the league now. The culture down at Mitcham is where you want to go. It's a great place to watch the football. It's a great place to play the football, and just the atmosphere that we've been able to witness over the last 8 or so years, and this transformation of a football club is just so awesome to see, and it's just a great story to see Mitcham back in the Premier Division. It just feels right, Wayne Brasher.
It certainly does, and look, for a long while, it never ever looked like it was ever going to happen. But I think the seeds were sown last year in last year's grand final victory, I reckon.
Boundary boys.
Let's go to Brett Beston. I think he's got Jackson Glossop with him.
Jesse Smythe, boys.
Jesse
Absolutely
Smythe.
fantastic day, mate. This must mean so much. You won it last year. You didn't get to go up, but this year you get to go up and play with the big boys.
Yeah, I mean, last year was a bit of a confidence building, but we just never look in doubt, to be honest. We always have belief in the group. Yeah, I don't know what to say, to be honest. Like, 3 times premiership player, and I'm 25 years old, so you can't ask for much more. So.
You certainly can't. What about your midfield? You were part of it today. It was a slog out there, the conditions. We had hail at one stage. Have you ever played in worse conditions than that?
Nah, maybe juniors at Lilydale. It was a bit of a slop, but this is definitely the worst. It's a good win, good grit.
You had to fight it out. I mean, you probably got on top probably about halfway through that second term. What was the key? When did it sort of click and you took control, do you think?
Definitely the midfield looked at each other in the eye. Like Spud, Jesse Wren and Cherry, and Lovell, they just looked at each other in the eye and said, we're going to get this done. So, and they just surged forward, and they couldn't go with us, to be honest.
And just a quick word about Neil. He's an absolute superstar. He's one of the nicest guys in footy, and now he's a 2-time premiership coach.
4-time.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, 4-time, but 2 times in the last 2 years, sorry.
No, he's an absolute superstar, and he just bonds with the boys really well. I don't think I've ever seen him raise his voice.
Yes.
So, he's a great coach. Yeah. So.
Good on you, mate. Go and have a drink.
On your besto down there with Jesse Smythe, and we'll keep them reeling in. I'm sure there's plenty of happy Tigers that are happy to have a chat and celebrate what was a fantastic and memorable victory. Not one of the nail biters that we've seen them had to do in other years, but they just got the job done. They just stand their authority on this.
It's almost ironic, right? That first 12 to 14 minutes in the second quarter, nothing was happening.
No.
And then in the space of 10 minutes, we've seen 6 goals. And the game was over within a blink.
It was almost like that earlier game in the season in round 9 where Mitcham, they were just able to get on a run, probably between the 15 and 30-minute mark of that game when it absolutely started bucketing down.
It was very poor conditions that day too, wasn't it?
I think it was 7 goals they kicked in the end and kept Park Orchards to just 2 behinds. That's what won them that game, and it's exactly what's happened here, Jared.
I also think too, the way Jesse Smythe just spoke there is about the confidence in the group. That was exactly what Neil Winterton talked about on pre-match. He said confidence amongst this group is sky high, and the commitment to work together to a common goal was exactly what they've done, and the confidence that goes with that came out again today.
They have such belief in each other, such belief in their leaders, their on-field leaders, and also their coaches, and belief in themselves. I mean, they play like it. They play like they know that the man behind them has their back.
And they know each other's game style as well, because they've been playing together for such a long time. Most of these players, the likes of Jesse Smythe, Jesse Cherry, Jackson Hallow, all those players coming across to Mitcham in 2018 when they were starting to build, and it's held them in really good stead, not just this year, but in many years gone by, and it will hold them in good stead for many years to come when they go up into the Premier Division.
It's going to be so important to have that cohesion. I mean, that's what's going to win them games in Premier Division. They have that cohesion that some clubs just don't quite have. No. They don't have that core group that's played, up to 100 games with one another, and that's such an unspoken. You look at a list on paper, and it's a bunch of names, and you don't see the relationships between those names. And whether they're stars or not, it's that cohesion, that character growth together as a team that is an understated quality of Mitcham.
And the new players that have come across as well as we go down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Hi, boys. It's absolute chaos down here. It's taken me a while, but I managed to get Jake Parente, one of the stars. Jake, an interesting game for you. Bit of time in the naughty corner, but this must have been an awful lot.
Yeah, I mean, after that incident, I knew I owed the boys a... Yeah, you can see the boys are... And it looks like we made up for it, myself and as a team. We really gritted our teeth in that second quarter and took it to them, and they couldn't match us, and that really set up the rest of the game for us.
It wasn't a day for forwards. It was a real slog out there, but you kicked a couple of goals and you played your part.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, we knew it was going to be a grind, and we had to adapt conditions quicker than they did, and we felt that we did. We just grinded it out. And that was the difference in the end, I think. We just adjusted quicker, and we're just more desperate, and it reflected on the scoreboard in the end.
I was talking to Jesse just before, and I asked him about last year. Of course, you won the flag last year, didn't get to go up. This year, though, you're going up with the big boys. You're going to be playing with the likes of Vermonts and Baldwins. What does that mean?
I mean, it's where the club's destined to be, right? We're a Premier Division club. We're set up, from the top with Macca all the way down to the Volunteers. It's set up as a Premier Division club, and we've got the players, we've got the facilities, we've got the package, so we're ready.
You might need a bigger stand out at Walker Park.
Maybe. There's a whole year to think about it. So
good on you, mate. Well done. Congratulations.
I think Jake might have hit the nail on the head there. I think he's basically summed up Mitcham in a nutshell. They're ready. They are ready for Premier Division, and they've got this win not only with this playing group, but it's going to help them in the off season. Hopefully attract even some more quality players to that club.
And they've got the depth. They've got their 19s coming through. Right. They went out in straight sets, their 19s and the reserves as well. But still, the depth is there. The reserves made back-to-back grand finals the last couple of seasons, and they've got 2 19s coming through as well. So they've gotten that pathway. The juniors are really strong as well. They're set up to not just have an immediate impact in Premier Division, but to stay there for a little bit.
And the funny thing about it, Josh, is Mitcham itself demographically is a very, very old area. It doesn't have a lot of young families anymore. Yep. And I reckon
Where do you live?
I live in that area too.
Welcome to the Eastland Division 1 Grand Final presentations to 2024. So I'd like to start by making a commiserations to the Park Orchards Football Netball Club and a congratulations to the Mitcham Tigers 2024 Division 1 Premiers back-to-back.
Hey.
I now welcome to the stage EFNL Chairman Paul Barlow to present today's medals.
Who wins the best on ground, guys?
It's going to be
And
hard.
for the best on-ground medal, also known as the Gordon Parker Medal for 2024 from Mitcham, number 53, Nick Caulfield.
Good call, Josh. I think you said Nick Caulfield early in the piece.
I'm glad I did.
Oh, well.
He had a super game today.
Yeah,
There's
he did.
absolutely no doubt about that. A huge task on Michael Prozenak, and just from start to finish didn't leave his side.
And he did get the job done, especially when the game was there to be won in that first quarter. Was immense.
And he's had And now for the premiership medals.
He hasn't
Starting with number 1, Jesse Cherry.
Good.
Two goals today.
Yeah. Probably wasn't as dominant in this grand final as last year, but did his job.
He did.
Number 2, Lucas Marrow.
He always threatened, didn't he?
did.
Didn't quite kick that goal in the end, but you can see that he was a likely
Number
chance.
3, Jackson Hallow.
This guy always plays the role of the antagonist. He gets under people's skin a lot, and I think that's a good trait to have in a
His first quarter was huge as well today.
Number 4, Nick Hallow.
Him and his brother, they certainly know how to play the role of the antagonist. And I was impressed with Hallow in that at times with his work underneath.
Bit of yin and yang in there.
Number 5, Nathan Crampton.
Unfortunately for Nathan, had concussion early. Didn't have an impact, but he's part of a premiership side, and that's all that matters.
Number 6, Alex Barton Smith.
Kicked one goal the hyphen today and really serviceable, like all the rest of his teammates, winning his position on the ground.
Number 7, Nat Barnes.
Fought hard on a wing today, did Nat Barnes, running mostly on this broadcast side, and didn't get rewarded on the scoreboard, but still did some good stuff.
Again, won his position. The former Blackburn.
Number 8, Danny Baglava.
Huge.
Colossal in ruck.
Massive.
Best big player on the ground this afternoon. Next to Nick Caulfield, I reckon he would have gone close to voting pretty well in the medal.
For sure,
His experience next year is going to be crucial in Premier Division.
Oh, yeah.
Especially against ball.
Number 12, Jake Parenti.
What can you say about Jake? I mean, proven goal kicker, kicked a magnificent goal in that second quarter.
He plays tough and mean, but as we see in our interviews, he's a really nice guy as well, and a class act footballer.
And
Zach Elms really stood up, especially in that first half. He had where the game was there to be won. He was,
Number 14,
doing his
Jesse
bit down back.
Smythe.
Injury riddled year for Jesse Smythe, but once again gets his body right and gets back into form when it counts.
Number 15, Riley Nicholas.
Again, part of that strong defence, Riley Nicholas, and certainly, again, won his position.
Number 17, Guy Lachlan.
He's also had an injury-prone second half of the season, but has a lot of talent, this young man.
Yeah, he did well. He was, kicked a goal.
Number 18,
having a bit
Tom
of fun.
Lovell.
I thought this guy was excellent off the half-back line. Didn't let much get past him.
Like that roaming role of his.
Number 26, Josh Duvalin.
Solid.
Yep.
Solid game.
Yep.
Former Scoresby man is Duvalin, and it's been a nice moment for him.
Number 27, Cam Pizzazz.
Kicked a ripping goal.
He did. 16 goals in the reserve side this year. He's broken into the side and made an impact for Mitcham.
Especially at the right time, isn't it, Jared?
Oh, yeah, he's peaked at the right time indeed.
Number 31, Flynn Maguire.
Speaking of former reserves players, he was a Vermont reserves player last year, comes across to Mitcham, and what a move that was.
So he goes back to Premier.
Yeah.
Number 38, Hamish Gill.
Good story, as you said
Yeah,
earlier,
this is
Josh.
a good story.
This is a great story. Started under 19s and I think played a fair few senior games this year in the end. Much like Angus Sutherland last week in the Surrey Park side. And Chris Allison too.
Number 45, Josh May.
I thought he stood up tall in that last quarter when Park Orchards were surging, but...
And number 53, Nick Caulfield.
Had an injury-prone year too, Caulfield. That's the thing with him. They had a lot of injuries early. He was part of that he's come back and got...
The assistant coach, Mark Brindley.
Well, deal with that, your assistant coach.
The assistant coach, Mark Brindley.
Thank you.
Just,
Assistant coach, Carl.
continue to do a job alongside one of the great coaches, Neil Winterton. I'll enjoy this moment.
Good coach will put
And
good
the
men around
assistant
him,
coach, Lockie Ryan.
around himself.
See, they got more assistant coaches than I've had cut lunches, Mitcham. Fair.
No, you usually eat your sandwiches whole, don't you, Brash?
And the runner, Oscar Messenger.
Yep.
He's played a couple of senior games as well in recent years as Oscar Messenger and reserves as well. It's a nice moment for him as the runner.
It is a familiar name.
Manager and Mitcham President Matt McCubbin.
Well,
there he is.
There he is.
Nearly gets the biggest cheer out of everyone.
And that is,
And
he deserves it. That just speaks to how much they value his leadership.
And the head trainer, Ryan Toohey.
Well, without a healthy and team like this, the trainers, you got nothing.
Would have had
And
to
Skinner.
work again today.
Darren Skinner.
Sorry.
Mystery man Darren Skinner.
Yeah.
Might be a trainer. It doesn't look
He
like
won
one.
a medal in the raffle. No, but
Yeah.
I'm sure he's played a pivotal role.
Premiership
Well done, Darren.
co-captain, number 11, Jesse Uren.
What a start he is.
He's had an outstanding year, Jesse. Absolutely outstanding year.
Well, you never win a premiership unless your captain's played one out of the one of the classics.
Premiership co-captain, number 39, Jackson Glossop.
I love this guy. I absolutely love this guy.
He was sensational today too. Off that. The other thing too, I mean, you look at Jesse Uren. He actually coaches under 19s.
And premiership coach, Neil Winterton.
And this guy is fast becoming one of the, well, probably is BWS, one of the doyens of the EFNL coaching alumni, I would say.
One of the great local
Firstly to
footy
Paris and the Park Orchards guys, congratulations, a fantastic season. To lose only one game during the home and away season. Sure, it stings now, but I know you guys will bounce back and be formidable next year, so well done on your season. To the EFNL for putting on a fantastic final series and all the major sponsors. To the umpires who did a great job today and right throughout the season. To Macca and the rest of the committee, the support that you guys show our whole club is the reason that we're able to win this. So thank you to you guys. Don't cry, Macca, or you'll make me cry. To the players, what an unbelievable effort today. Conditions were pretty ordinary, but you guys just wheeled yourself across the line as you've had for the last 2 years. I can't be proud of what you guys did today. And lastly, to all the Tiger Army, thank you for all your support today, and we'll see you back at Walker Park tonight.
Well, it's going to be pumping down in Mitcham tonight. There's no doubt about that. Walker
Now
Park,
to present the Premiership Cup for 2024, Mitcham Tigers.
Great scenes there.
A familiar scene twice in a row now.
And I love the
heads.
the bobble.
Could we actually, to be honest with you, gentlemen, could we actually envisage Mitcham winning a Premier Division Grand Final in maybe 2 or 3 years?
Possibly, I think so. Yeah, they need to attract some, maybe just a little bit more quality, a little bit more of a cherry on the top. But I mean, with players like
I could see that happening.
Yeah,
I certainly can.
A coach like Neil Winterton. They're one of the teams where I think that you'd actually give them a shot from a 4th or 5th spot finish on the ladder.
You wouldn't want to ride them off from 4th or 5th spot either.
I mean, I think it was 2019 where they came from 3rd or 4th. They had to go the long way to win that premiership, so they certainly have experience doing it. And again, that finals experience, 10 wins from 13 finals since 2019 is remarkable. BWS.
Unbelievable. A 40-point win today to the Mitcham Tigers. They surge into Premier Division football next year. We're going to have a break here on 98.1 Radio Eastern, YouTube and Facebook. When we come back, we'll have the Boundary Riders back in the van and we'll wrap up what has been a sensational season in Division 1 football in the EFNL. Stay with us.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down her cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this thing will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
It's Tiger time out at Tormore Reserve. The Mitcham Tigers are premiers season 2024 with a monstrous 40-point win today over Park Orchards, who could only manage 2 goals for the afternoon. It's not what we expected to see. The conditions were incredibly trying, but Mitcham, Matt Spider Lee, they came to play today, didn't they?
Yeah, they did, BWS. They were fantastic right from the word go, to be honest. They were challenged early for the first 10 minutes in terms of tackling pressure, where Park Orchards did apply their intensity and they tackled hard, but they just couldn't get the ground balls. They didn't have clean hands, and by feet they couldn't execute their skills properly, and that's what Mitcham did right from the outset. They were far cleaner across the ground. They were able to adjust and adapt to the conditions that were presented to them across the day. They tackled fiercely. They ran in numbers. They were first at the ball. They used their hands well. They changed up the angles. They made sure that they weren't too predictable, but they just played to their process. Like Neil Winterton said prior to the game, they just had to use their method, and do things right to the letter, like they had been doing across the final series and throughout the second part of the year. And that's why they got the end result. That's why they're standing on the dais with the cup in hand, because they were prepared to work harder for longer periods in the game. And look, that was a really disappointing performance for Park Orchards. To only kick 2 goals in a grand final, but also you win by 9 points in a prelim, you get overrun and steamrolled in a second semi-final. It's a really disappointing way to finish your footy season, the way that they have.
A dominant season as well.
Exactly, 17 wins, 1 loss. And they looked like they were the best side for majority part of the season, but they just ran out of steam, and fatigue kicked in for them. And really, to be honest, at times they didn't even really raise much of an effort for most of the game today. They were very flat, and I just felt they just didn't really gel together and really have that genuine effort and attitude across the ground. Whereas Mitcham, they came with a fierce desire today, and their desire was that they were going to walk off that ground with the Premiership Cup, and that is the template for teams, that if you're down in lower divisions, there is hope for you from a playing, coaching and an administrative perspective. If you want the template, you want the recipe for success, ring Matt McCubbin and have it and catch up with him, because he's got a good story to tell, because this club is told in a remarkable story for the last 18 years. And
It'd
now
make a good doco, wouldn't it?
It would, because I'll tell you, this club was really at the crossroads a long time ago. They've been so successful, formed back in 1885, had some great people come through the doors there, and one of the oldest going around. And they hit hard times, and they'll admit, they'll put their hand up and said it a little bit was their own undoing, administrative coaching, and and a little bit of demographics comes into it. But they've worked hard. They took their medicine, and now they're reached the older reward, and that's getting a ticket back to Premier.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Paul Yaconi on the Stats Centre today. Do you want to reel off some of those final stats for us, mate?
Yeah, so the clearances were, in the end, 26 apiece. The inside 50 marks were 3-2 in favour of Mitcham. The intercept marks were 10-6 in favour of Park Orchards. The tackles were 56-51 in favour of Mitcham. The inside 50s were 39-35 in favour of Park Orchards. And the free kicks 25-16 in favour of Mitcham.
But some of those inside 50s, BWS, were shallow entries.
Yeah,
let's be totally truthful. Sometimes the stats, they don't tell the exact part of the story, and even with the tackling too. I mean, there was a lot of those tackles. There was a lot of turnstile tackles in some of those from Park Orchards, particularly after half time when the real heat of the game was well and truly done. But you just got to hand it to the stats all across the whole version of the day. In terms of possessions, contested ball, all that just tells the dominance of Mitcham's day.
We asked for a rainbow. It's finally arrived, and there's a rainbow going over the top of East Ringwood today as well. Wayne Brasher after a great victory out at Bayswater Oval.
Yeah, look, and East Ringwood, they've booked their place in the Premier Division Grand Final, the final dance next Saturday, with a 6-goal victory over Roval, 8-12-60 to Roval 3-6-24. And Matt, we were speaking about this game on the way up.
After you got out of my driveway.
Yeah, after it took me 10 minutes to get out of there. We were talking about that East Ringwood really, if they got on top early, it was going to be a bit of a hard slog for Roval in those conditions. And we felt that that Roval being a much better dry weather ground side may have struggled a little bit, and it's proven that way, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, and the scoreboard reflects that. And Roval, we talked about it yesterday in terms of the wet weather probably wasn't going to suit the way that they play. But East Ringwood, the way that they just grind wins out, I think them having to go the long way has really prepared them well for next week. That inside work that they like to do, and then this the ability to get those those entries in. So it looks like again today that has come to the fore when they've really needed to. But Roval, disappointing way to go out. They were always a little bit vulnerable, but they just didn't have the continuity throughout the course of the year, and it's reflected on the end result. Exited at the preliminary final stage.
I think you're right there. I think that this extra game for them is probably the perfect pipe opener for them going into the grand final. They're going to be a little bit they'll be battled hardened. They've beaten all the sides in the top 5. And now they've got another crack at Baldwin, and only went down by 3 points, so there was nothing in it the last time round. They're going to go in there thinking they're an undeniable chance of picking up the premiership next weekend.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's just the way that they play too. They can really force the issue in so many areas, which we'll analyse throughout the course of the week in a lot more detail. But it's going to be a really interesting clash. It's going to be one of those ones that I'm sure we're going to be really treated to some high-quality football across the afternoon. And I think we can all agree that the two best sides are playing in the Premier Grand Final.
Oh, yes.
I think we've got the two best sides playing, and there's no question about that. 10 weeks dominance early in the season by Baldwin, the rest from East Ringwood who got the minor premiership. But these two teams have been a little bit ahead of the rest of the pack, I think.
I think also too, BWS, like we said earlier, in all the divisions, first and second have made it to the grand final, and hence it's proven again, Spider, that you've got to be in the top two to be a chance of making it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You get the double chance. You know, if it all goes wrong in one of the finals, that you get the opportunity to go again. And it's so clear. I mean, you only have to look at what happens in the AFL. I mean, and see what happened last night to Port Adelaide. I mean, you lose that first final. Yeah, sure, you put in a shocker, but you can come back from it and go the long way if you're prepared to work and respond and respond accordingly. And Eastland would have done that today. And over the course of the weeks, teams have got there. So I think in terms of the way it all shapes up, for next week, I think it's a pretty exciting one. And we've seen some really good grand finals to date so far. Hopefully next week is one that we will end the season on a really good note.
And it looks like the weather, I'm just looking at
what's the long-term forecast?
The long-range weather forecast is pretty dry all week. There's a bit of rain coming on Thursday, but other than that, we should be okay. But at this stage, it's looking at a top of 16 with no rain in sight for next Saturday.
Too. Massive crowd. East Ringwood's in all three games, and Blackburn's in the 19s and reserves as well. So there's going to be a lot of people out there. So who knows? We could be reaching double-figure attendance, if the weather stays promising.
Yeah, you'd expect it that way. Lots of colour will be out there as well. I know, and Les Ferguson will be really looking forward to heading out there next week.
Les will be lining up to get in the gates by Wednesday, I would have thought.
Yeah, that's it. But just wrapping up out here, it's a big 40-point win to the Mitcham Tigers. Congratulations. They are premiers again. Back-to-back. You got to love that. So you got to love those stories, the back-to-back. It just is a great time to be around the football club. Final scores 8-7-55 to 2-3-15. Cherry and Parente kicked 2 goals apiece. Barton Smith, Uren, Lachlan and Perzas kicked a goal, whilst the singles to Macroconis and Jeffs for Park Orchards this afternoon. But just quickly, I think Mitcham might just hold their own next year, Spider.
I think they'll be very competitive. They will need to go and recruit some players. They've got some good development players, a good junior system coming through. They've got strong coaching. They will need to go and get some things that they probably need just to get a little bit more quality across the board, a bit more experience. I'm sure they'll target some VFL players. I'm sure they'll target some experienced players from around the traps just to strengthen the list up a bit, just so it stabilises in Premier, because you want to be competitive straight away.
Well, you need to get some players in to go up that notch.
I realistically think they could finish around the 5, 6, 7 mark. I think now that we have a draw that is not compromised, everyone's going to play each other twice, so they still will get the opportunity to for wins. Look, there's some teams that are definitely going to be hard to beat, but I think that they still can match it and win at home, win home games. It's a tough place to play, Walker Park.
Certainly is, and that's where we'll be heading out tomorrow for the big Division 2 Grand Final. Stay tuned on 98.1 Radio Eastern and, of course, YouTube and Facebook as Baronia take on the Croydon Football Club. Sure to be a fantastic clash out there. Let's start wrapping up here and say our goodbyes. But thanks very much, Spider, for all your hard work
no worries,
yesterday and today.
Good to be here, and looking forward to tomorrow's contest out at Walker Park.
Talk about working hard today. The guys on the boundary line, 4 seasons in one day. Chris Curtis, thanks for your efforts today, mate.
Pleasure as always, boys. Thank you.
Great stuff. And, of course, Brett Beston. Just can't take a trick sometimes, Besto, but you did some of your best work out there today. There's no doubt about that. Some ripping interviews at the end of the game too.
Thanks, mate. It was a very testing day, to say the least.
The best boundary riders get it done, Besto.
getting a few cheers. There you go, Besto. You got your own harem out there. Yeah, that's it. Paul Yaconi on the Stats Centre. Great job by you as always, my friend.
Pleasure.
Great calling earlier in the 19s too.
Yeah, it was, Paul. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, fantastic stuff there. And, of course, Josh Ward, who called that Under-19s Grand Final with Paul this morning. Loved your work, mate, on special comments today.
Absolute pleasure, and just another premiership for Surrey Park.
Look,
great to see Mitcham get up. They are a terrific club, and I'm looking forward to being out there at Walker Park tomorrow, one of my favourite grounds to go to.
Fantastic stuff, mate. Of course, Chris, you did a fantastic job calling the reserves game today with Whispers Tennant, who did a marvellous job as master of ceremonies throughout the day.
He's got his head between his legs at the moment. Old Blake, he's a bit disappointed.
Talk of the town is drowning the sorrows.
And thank Lee and all the tech guys and all the crew.
I'm about to do that. I'm wrapping up. You just stay quiet. That's why I did you first. Wayne Brusher, a pleasure as always, mate.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed the day thoroughly. Look, see you all tomorrow.
Good stuff. And, of course, riding shotgun, a brilliant call, as always, by Jared Beeland.
Thank you very much, BWS. Always a pleasure calling alongside you.
Team doesn't get anywhere without being led by our magnificent media manager in Ryan Long, who works a lot behind the scenes on air and does absolutely everything, as well as the setup and just the great work by LKLM Media from right across the board. The whole Green Clan, they do a marvellous job, and the Hurricane was in here today and all his friends. Just a superb job, just a monstrous setup it has to do to put all this production together for 3 games. Congratulations to you. But that's us signing off from Tormore for the last time in season 2024. Hope your team won today, but it's Mitcham. It's Tiger time today.